industry using the same price-setting software is anti-competitive. And federal and state enforcers are expected to increase targeting of firms that collude via algorithm and drive up the cost of living. One of the big economic stories of 2025, and sure to be big again in 2026, is the nation's labor market, characterized by low rates of both hiring and firing, as people looking for jobs have a tough time landing one, and people with jobs hold on to them. This week we get the final word on jobs for the year, Wednesday's weekly tally of new unemployment applications, forecast to reflect holiday volatility. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? Riverwinds Restaurant in West Deptford has you covered. From weddings and anniversaries to corporate banquets and holiday parties, their stunning riverfront views, elegant event rooms, and award-winning cuisine make every occasion unforgettable. And the team at Riverwinds takes care of every detail so you can relax and celebrate. Large or small, formal or casual, there's no better backdrop than Riverwinds. Book your banquet today at 856-579-7900.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Looking for something new? Try fencing, the Olympic and Paralympic sport that mixes speed, strategy, and fun. It's like chess meets cardio. Quick feet, quick decisions, and a satisfying beat when you score a point. Kids, teens, and adults can start anytime. No experience needed, and many clubs have loaner gear. Coaches teach fundamentals and safety from day one. Find a beginner class near you at usafencing.org/tryfencing. That's usafencing.org/tryfencing.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And we have liftoff on this December 29th, 3 days left of 2025. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 6 a.m. out there in the Eastern time zone, out there in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. But they don't love me too much in Philadelphia. They love me a lot in Pennsylvania, but they don't love me too much in Philadelphia. Sean Farish filling in for you this morning. Filling in for Kayal and Company this morning. Up until 10 o'clock Eastern time, where the great Kathy Barnett will be taking over. Filling in for Dawn Stenslin on The Dawn Show. Happy final Monday of 2025. I've got huge news for you. Huge professional news for you. It's something that not a lot of people would, would expect to hear on this Monday morning as we roll in to the new year. But I've decided to take my career on a... It's breaking news. It's breaking news. I've decided to take my career on a brand new path. I'm going to blaze a trail. Let's see. Does anybody know where this is going? I know where this is going. Over the weekend, over the holiday, I did a little bit of reflection. I did a little bit of meditation. My wife made great meatloaf on Christmas. It was really good. But we're getting ready to move our career, move our professional life in a different direction. You know, all my life I thought radio, podcasting, entertaining, a little bit of everything, a little bit of each. And now, I realize, look, you have potential to have a very lucrative career in those industries, right? Very lucrative career. And so, think about it. We pay our taxes. We work hard, surrender a percentage of our pay to the federal government for it to be sent all over the place. Listen, I think it's time that even, most of us, you're having a hard time making ends meet, you should probably do what I'm going to do. I'm not going to tell you to buy gold. I'm not going to tell you to buy Bitcoin, although I think it is a very good idea. I'm not going to tell you to buy silver. I'm not going to tell you to invest in the S&P 500. I'm not even going to tell you to copy Nancy Pelosi's trades or Marjorie Taylor Greene's trades for that matter. I'm here to announce that my professional life, my professional career is taking a turn. I am going to open a Somali daycare center in Minnesota, and I'm going to make millions of dollars in about a month. How's that sound? Anybody want to join me in that venture? Because apparently that's just something you could do these days. There doesn't have to be children actually enrolled in the daycare center. There doesn't have, you don't have to have your signage spelled properly. You don't have to answer questions. If anybody comes in, if you're running a Somali daycare center, everybody comes in asking, is this place on the up and up? You can cry racism and not have to worry about, being held accountable. So I am abandoning the radio field. I am abandoning the podcasting field. I am abandoning the entertainment field. I'm not going to be funny anymore. I'm not going to make content anymore on social media. As of tomorrow, I am opening a Somali daycare center because you don't have to work. You don't have to prove that you're a legitimate business, and you can walk away with millions of dollars in very little time, very short time. These commercials like, this is not a get-rich-quick overnight. This is a get-rich-quick overnight thing. If you want to make a ton of money in this country and you want to do so very quickly, you could just open a Somali daycare center in Columbus, Ohio, or Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Minnesota, or for that matter, anywhere. So if anybody wants to get into business with me, let me know. Yeah, let me know. I see a bunch of people over on the YouTube chat are like, this is a good idea. This is a good idea. I'll manage the money for you. I'll be your business partner. I mean, why not? Why would you? Who would pass up that opportunity? Who would pass up that opportunity? Obviously, if you couldn't tell, I'm joking. I'm joking. This is the best job in the world. I would never trade it for a fraudulent daycare center in Minneapolis, especially not with sleuths and guys out there like Nick Shirley, 23-year-old independent journalist who blew the lid off of the Somali fraud scandal in Minnesota. And it's more than just it's more than just Minnesota, and it's more than just daycare. There's Maine. There's been reports of fraud in the Somali community in Columbus, Ohio. We'll have a clip a little bit later in the show this morning talking about fraud and potentially EBT fraud in the Somali community in Ohio. And this is not to single out one community or to paint with a broad brush and say anybody who has, Somali ancestry or anybody who comes from Somali ancestry or is of Somali descent is automatically a fraudster or a bad person. I'm not Joe Biden who's going to come out and go, hey, you go to 7-Eleven, you got to have an Indian accent, man. It's not a joke. You were the United States of America got it. Now, this is not me, going to paint with a broad brush and say anybody from Somalia is a bad person. But it is worth pointing out, what is it they say that the woke right online says? Oh, we're just noticing things. Right? I'm just noticing patterns. Okay? And there is a disturbing pattern in what we now know of, I think, 3 states: Minnesota, Ohio, and Maine. And a lot of people are saying, oh, you think that's bad? Wait till you look at New York. Oh, you think that's bad? Wait till you look at California. Oh, you think that's bad? Wait till you look at name other blue state here or blue city here. The Somali daycare scandal that was, absolutely hundreds of millions of views on X from independent journalist 23-year-old Nick Shirley. What a job done by both he and other residents of Minnesota who got him this information. What a job done. That is what journalism looks like. That is what the media should be doing. But instead, I want you to think about this instead. Instead of covering the fact that, by the way, all of us are affected, whether you're blue, whether you're red, whether you're liberal, whether you're conservative, whether you're up, whether you're down, if you are a taxpayer, not just in the state of Minnesota, if you are a federal taxpayer, you are impacted by this. Your money was stolen. You may go, well, it's only a fraction of my, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If only a fraction of your income, and I think we talked about this, and I used this line of thinking back during the Doge days, right? Where I think it was Margaret Brennan who was like, well, it's only a fraction of the budget. It's only 1% of the budget that goes toward foreign aid or whatever program that, they were talking about, USAID, whatever program they were talking about. And it's like, okay, well, why don't you give me 1% of your income then? Just send it straight to me. If it's okay, if it is okay to just squander and surrender and light on fire 1% of any given amount of money because, it's just 1%. Then why don't Margaret Brennan, why don't all these, these folks, why doesn't the federal government send me 1% of your tax total, what you take in from taxes, your tax revenue, send me 1%. If we could just send 1% out to name cause here, and if it's fraud, who cares? It's just 1%. Send it to me. I'll gladly take it. I'll gladly take it. Yes, you are being stolen from. If you are a federal taxpayer, you are impacted by this. Even if it's $50 at the end of the day that it comes out, okay, well, every American taxpayer in bracket X is, $50. Are you okay with $50 being stolen? If you ordered something on Amazon for $50 and you never got it, would you demand a refund? I would. This makes sense? If you're a federal taxpayer, you are impacted by this. This does not discriminate. Color of your skin, political leaning, what state you live in. This does not discriminate. This impacts all of us. All of us. And whether it's a Somali daycare center, or we find out tomorrow that it's a Russian daycare center in some place, or we find out that it's Latino, or we find out that it's white, Americans, it doesn't matter. Fraud is bad across the board, and we should be trying to root it out. And instead of doing that, you've got what? You got the mainstream media completely silent. Completely silent. Yet there's this 23-year-old live streamer, YouTuber, independent journalist, Nick Shirley, working with residents in Minnesota, doing the heavy lifting himself. One kid, I say kid, he's 23, he's an adult. One man, one camera, out on the street, going into these places and just blowing the lid off of this entire scandal. And again, as I said, it's our money that is being stolen and sent to fraudulent operations, whether it's daycare, whether it's autism research, whether it's a food, feeding the future charity. Not a single person was fed, except, of course, the higher ups in those charities. They got plenty of money. No oversight. That's why I'm opening a Somali daycare center. I'm going to open one up tomorrow. If fraud is okay, I might as well get in on get in while the getting's good. If nobody's going to be held accountable, I'm going to open up, Caring for the Children LLC in Minnesota. I mean, look, the example might be set that nothing's going to happen to those people. Why wouldn't I try? Why wouldn't I try? Where is Congress? You know what's interesting? What we're going to see from this, from our elected officials, we're going to see finger wagging, right? This is unacceptable. The American people should not see that their money is being, they don't want us to see it, but the American people should not be stolen from. We will put an end to this. So we write a strongly worded letter with a few how dare yous, maybe an exclamation point or two. Couple of, words in all caps, maybe a little bold and italics. Ooh, scary letter. Where is Congress? I'm sure we're going to get the theater this week. Because think about it. Who is paying attention to politics this week? I know that the fraud scandal exploded on the internet and it got out, and a lot of people are paying attention. But you know how this goes, right? With our attention span. We're past Christmas, but we still have one of my favorite men in radio says, Andrew Wilkow, the eggnog brain fog is still in full effect right now. You're going to see this week some theater, some performances, some strongly worded letters, some big, bold speeches, some hits on Fox News, because it's the holiday season. People are checked out until we get past, New Year's Day. And then they start to come back in. By then you may see a little bit of chatter here or there. But what do I think is going to happen? Look, the FBI is referring these fraudsters, potential fraudsters, alleged fraudsters, for denaturalization and deportation. But can they? Can these people be denaturalized and deported? Well, we're going to go through that process with you as well. But I want you to chew on this. When Rob Reiner was murdered, allegedly by his son, and his wife was murdered, allegedly by their son, and Donald Trump sent out that, the post on Truth Social about Rob Reiner, and everyone clutched their pearls, and this is below the office of the president, and it's classless, and it's not in good taste, and you guys didn't like when the left said this about Charlie Kirk, even though Donald Trump did not celebrate Rob Reiner's death. But was it in good taste? Was it something that I would have sent? No. But think about the mainstream media. Some of them are still hyperventilating over that post. They spent days hyperventilating over the Rob Reiner post. The mean tweet, right? It's 2025. We're still talking about mean tweets. Days they spent on that. Days. Not a minute collectively. Not a minute collectively on the Somali fraud, the daycare fraud, the healthcare fraud, the charity fraud in Minnesota, potentially in Maine, and potentially in Ohio, specifically Columbus. Nothing. It's like it never happened. 1984, ring a bell? Oceania is at war with East Asia. Oceania has always been at war with East Asia. Right down the memory hole. They're not touching this story with a 10-foot pole. Think of that. What's more important? A mean post about Rob Reiner? A distasteful post about Rob Reiner? A poorly timed post about Rob Reiner? Or the fact that what looks like billions with a B are being stolen, looted from the American taxpayer, funneled into businesses that are not operating legitimately. At least that's what it looks like. Funneled into businesses that are not operating legitimately. That money being sent back to Somalia, potentially into the hands of terrorists like Al-Shabaab. No. I would say that's a little more important than a questionable post about Rob Reiner. But the media doesn't see it that way. And so we're going to be doing that this morning. Look, if we, the people, are to have faith in our system, we need oversight and we need accountability. Because I don't know a single American who looks at this story and goes, they stole $9 billion of our taxes, allegedly, of course. Yeah, I love paying taxes, even though it goes to these people who shouldn't be getting my money. I'm not encouraging law breaking. By all means, pay your taxes. But man, does this have you fed up or what? Even worse, I fear that we're not going to see real accountability for this. That's what I fear. Hope I'm wrong. Number to call, 855-839-1210 this morning. We're here till 10 o'clock a.m., where we will hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett, filling in for Dawn Stensland on The Dawn Show. Sean Farish filling in with you here on 1210 WPHT. We'll have a whole morning full of stories like this. Somali fraud, Karen Bass, we got stuff from her. Denaturalization and deportation, what is the process? Major changes being made to the H-1B visa system. How is that impacting people overseas? We got all that. We're going to have a great time this morning, so stick with it. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Sean Farish filling in. We will be right back after this.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
The best supported study about consuming apple cider vinegar is that it can lower blood glucose. Apple cider vinegar can be beneficial for gut health as it is a fermented product. But a registered dietitian with MD Anderson tells American Heart Association News apple cider vinegar is very acidic and if consumed straight can cause erosion to tooth enamel and damage the esophagus. So best to have it as an ingredient in salad dressings. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This season, everyone deserves a little more, and Mazda delivers with the extended driving range of the CX-50 Hybrid, so you can spend more time together. Standard all-wheel drive in every Mazda CUV, including the CX-5, and room to bring everyone with 3-row seating in the CX-90. Find more reasons to celebrate the season at the Mazda More to Move You sales event.
Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Reading for financing as low as 0.9% APR for 72 months on select models. Shop online at piazzamazda.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.21 a.m. on this final Monday of 2025. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Taking you all the way to 10 a.m. Handing it off to the great Kathy Barnett, a rock star in her own right, at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, where she is filling in for Dawn Stensland on The Dawn Show. Somali daycare fraud. Think about it. I'm thinking this is a great career opportunity for anybody. And I hear these commercials. If you are looking for a job, trucking or IT or all this, no, Somali daycare. It's so easy. They tell you to build wealth in the stock market, precious metals, cryptocurrencies. You could buy real estate, land, all of this. No, just open it. So get an LLC. It takes 5 minutes. You could do it on LegalZoom. Somali Daycare Champions LLC. And there you go. You're going to walk away with millions of dollars and probably no consequences. Unless there are consequences, nothing is going to change. I like to make this example, right? Any dog owners out there? Pet owners? Your dog goes to the bathroom on your rug, not supposed to do that. Fido, you're not supposed to do that. Stop it. That's a bad boy, very bad boy. You're not supposed to do that. But if you give Fido a treat for soiling your rug, Fido's going to keep soiling your rug, isn't he? Worse, if there's no consequences, Fido's going to think it's okay to soil the rug because, there was no negative repercussions of doing so. Now, I'm going to be realistic here. Obviously, this whole scandal exploded, and there's it's going to take time to indict and arrest and all this. But why do I have this pit in my stomach? Why do I have this pit in my stomach that nothing is going to be done? Why? Why am I sitting here 6:23 a.m. Monday, December 29th, 2025 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT? Why am I sitting here? And why am I nearly certain that there's not going to be accountability for this? Why? You know, we were told Donald Trump's tax returns, there's illegalities there, the Stormy Daniels payment, all of the, they want to say that he, incited an insurrection on January 6th and classified documents and whatever the hell the case was down in Georgia. They want to say all these things about Donald Trump. We have, again, this has not been tried yet in the court of law, but my goodness, when you've got a guy like Nick Shirley walking into a daycare center saying, where are the kids? And they're like, well, we don't have to answer to you. Okay. All of the Democrats who, shouted from the rooftops in lockstep, made stupid little videos, during 2021 and 2025 about Donald Trump. Nobody's above the law. Where are they? Where you guys at? Letitia James, Sasquatch, where you at? Right? We're about Nancy Pelosi. Nobody's above the law. Donald Trump is a fascist. He's a nasty guy, and nobody's above the law, and so the justice system is going to hold Donald Trump properly accountable. How's my Nancy? You like my Nancy? I think my Nancy's pretty good. Where's Bernie Sanders? No. Health care is a human right. Oh, yeah, Bernie, it's a human right? Oh, no. Is it a human right to pillage the U.S. taxpayer? $9 billion supposed to be going to autism research and going to feed people and going to actual businesses that are there to watch children during the day, daycare. Is that okay? No. I don't support fraud. No. Okay? Because the Democrats don't seem to give a sugar honey iced tea about anything that's going on in Minnesota. Nothing. The lid was blown off of this scandal over the weekend by independent journalist Nick Shirley. And look, this was not just him, okay? But he was the one who really got this thing out, got this story out there for all of us to be aware of. And look, at the top of Minnesota's government, right? At the top of Minnesota's government, the chief executive of the state government of Minnesota is Tampon Tim Walz. And he is coming under immense fire for what was uncovered in Minnesota. There was a clip posted on social media. Now, Nick Shirley's video is about 42 minutes long, which obviously we can't play the whole thing on its entirety or in its entirety. But I have got a clip for you from that video. And I'm just going to tell you that, like, if we have like one of them air raid sirens, woo, this is a Karen alert, incoming Karen activity. Philly would know a thing or two about the Karen activity, like that fan, who stole the ball from the baseball, the kid on his birthday. She was like, that's my baseball. We got a Karen alert coming up here. We all know somebody like this. We all know somebody. Unfortunately, we don't want to admit it, but we all know somebody like this. The meme back in the day where it was like, you never want to be, quote unquote, that guy. You don't want to be this person. And this is what I mean by, and this is just stupid behavior, because when we play this clip, the woman in this clip is angry with Nick Shirley for reporting on things that are Again, these things don't discriminate. The Somalis don't care where the fraud comes from. They don't care where the money comes from. They don't care if it comes from white people, black people, brown people, Indian people, Hispanic people, Asian people, or people from another planet. They just care that money's coming in, these fraudsters, that the money's coming in and they're making off with it. And they're making and they're taking it to the bank. They're laughing all the way to the bank. They don't care where it comes from. It doesn't discriminate. They're not like, yeah, take white dollars only. They just want dollars, period. You know, when somebody robs a bank, they're not like, put the money in the bag, but if it comes from somebody who owns the bank account who's black, don't put the money in it. They want the money. They don't care who it comes from. We all know somebody like this. This woman in this clip, it's unbelievable how emotionally and mentally disturbed this person is. Facts don't matter. Reality doesn't matter. We all have bumped into. We all know somebody like this. We've all met somebody like this. This is your typical, as Senator John Kennedy would say, goat's milk latte drinking, avocado toast eating, high IQ stupid people. This is one of those quote unquote high IQ stupid people. And I don't think she actually has a high IQ. But I want to roll this clip out of Minnesota. There's a woman in this clip, and this is where Nick Shirley discovers the Quality, Learing Center. So if you want to watch this, it's at youtube.com/1210WPHT. If not, you'll hear the narration. But listen to the Karen in the background. Karen alert, put on your helmets, dive into under the couch because there's an incoming Karen. Let's roll this clip. The Quality Learing Center in Minnesota.
This Quality Learing Center. I meant to say Quality Learning Center.
Don't open
They
up!
said they spelt learning wrong.
Don't open up!
How do you have ice here, ma'am? I'm literally a YouTuber.
Don't open up!
Ma'am, what do you think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Don't open up! We have ice!
Ma'am, what do you think about this place being licensed for 99 children
Don't open up!
and getting $4 million over the
Open up! It's ice!
$4 million in the last 2 years?
Go away!
What do you think about that? Are you in
Go
favor?
away!
Are you in favor of that?
Go away!
You know
You're
what
not welcome here!
Are you-
Shame on you!
Are you in favor of $1.9 million going illegally, fraudulently to this business that has Quality Learning Center but can't even spell learning right on the door?
Don't open up!
Ma'am, we are not ICE.
I don't care who you are, you don't belong here.
I belong here just like you belong here.
Don't open up! It's ice!
You do realize that there's supposed to be 99 children in here at this building, but there's no one here. This is a child daycare center.
There's 99 children. Paid $1.9 million this year in CCAP funding. Do you know where the children are? Were they kidnapped? They run away? Where are the children? This is state of Minnesota. Right here.
And who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am.
And who are you with?
Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Yeah, so who are you with here?
Oh, he's just been doing some research investigating the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm with Nick Shirley.
This lady, she's calling us ICE. We're just trying to...
I mean, what if... Creative answers only in the YouTube chat. And obviously, I'm not going to be able to read all of them on the radio because some of them may be too creative for the FCC's liking. But what on earth is wrong? Don't open up! Don't! She sounded like a parrot. Rah! Shiver me timbers! Don't open up! Ice outside! I don't know how he kept his cool, Nick Shirley, because I would have lost it on that lady. There is something about that type of latte liberal, right, that just drives me crazy. There is nothing. You could have shown that woman that the people in that building stole millions of dollars directly from her and only her, and she still would have behaved the same way. Don't open up! Ah! Shiver me timbers! Ice outside! Don't open the door! Don't we all know somebody like that? Is she not one of the most insufferable people in the world? You know, this is your typical HOA Karen where it's like, blade of grass out of place, fine. This fraud does not discriminate. They don't, the money that has been stolen from the American taxpayer, from the Minnesota taxpayer, they're not saying where to steal from. It's just coming out of a fund. $1.9 million. There's supposed to be 99 children in that building. They're not there. And this woman is like, okay, well, and then she has the nerve. By the way, she has the nerve to tell Nick Shirley and the gentleman that he's with that they don't belong there. But the fraudulent daycare center, that they belong there? Did you find that funny? So, U.S. citizen Nick Shirley and whomever his assistant was in that clip, they don't belong there. Who are you with? Shiver me timbers. Who are you with? They ask him. And he's like, I'm with myself. I'm Nick Shirley on YouTube. She's accusing them of being ICE. I'm sorry. Wait, I thought the ICE agents were wearing the masks and everything. These guys had their faces showing. She seems totally disinterested in the fact that $1.9 million went to this facility and there are no children in the facility. I mean, am I missing something here? Am I missing something here? But we all know this is the problem with radical leftists like that lady. There is nothing that would have changed her mind. Nothing. You could have showed her direct proof, ma'am, they stole the money from you. She'd be like, good. I don't want the money. Okay. But if you're going to be handing out money, you don't want a piece of your income. You send him, your boy could always use a little bit, right? Your boy could always use a little bit extra. I know a guy in Tennessee, you can send him under the table, right? It's fine. It's all good. I'm only kidding, of course, but only halfway joking. And these are women where like, and this is not just women, but these are liberals where like, and this is why I made, these videos back over the summer, right? Donald Trump endorsing oxygen. They're like, oh, that's a stupid thing. But this is how dead set against Trump, conservatives, MAGA, the Republican agenda, whatever you want to say. These people will see Republicans, right-wingers, independent journalists, etc., exposing fraud and be like, okay, because they're exposing it and they don't like it, I do like it, right? And we went through this last week, right, where I said one of my favorite movies is Pirates of the Caribbean, and there's that scene where they're in the first movie where they're rowing their boats right around the cave, and they ask, how come we're not doing what Captain Sparrow said? And he says, because it was Captain Sparrow who said it. In other words, we disregard whether something is true or false, and we look at the person who is saying the thing. And if we don't like the person and we don't trust the person, we automatically think everything that they say is wrong. You know how I feel about people like Candace Owens, right? I'm not a big fan. I think she's off on a whole lot of things. But if Candace Owens came out on her podcast today and said, water is wet, I wouldn't be like, well, that changes my opinion on water now because the person who said it is an idiot. There comes a point where like there are objective truths that are free of bias, just objective truths. Up is up, down is down, water is wet, things of that nature. Where even if it's somebody I disagree with, if they're saying something that I know is objectively true, I say, okay, well, blind squirrel. That if it's objectively true, it's objectively true, and there's no argument here for me. But a woman like that, who you heard, she was crowing. She was screeching. There is nothing that would have changed that person's mind. Nothing. And this is, she has probably a confirmation bias. Oh, you don't know there's fraud. Oh, you're just, what's next with her? You're targeting them because they're brown people. Oh, you must be racist. I don't care about race. I care that people are getting millions of dollars fraudulently. At least that's the way it looks. I don't care what race you are. If you're stealing $2 million from the taxpayer, I have a problem with you. It's not about the fact that they're Somali. If they were from Texas, I'd have the same issue. If there were a bunch of native-born Americans, white people, stealing millions of dollars here in the state of Tennessee, I wouldn't care that they're white. I also, if they're MAGA hat wearing, gun-toting, Trump-supporting patriots, but they're stealing money from the taxpayer, I'd have a problem with them too. Because stealing is bad. It's not bad when it's people that we don't like. It's bad all the time. But man, was that woman insufferable or what? And there's nothing that will change these people's minds. That's the biggest problem. You know, I spend a lot of time on social media, probably more time than I want to spend. Maybe that'll change soon. Maybe it won't. But getting into arguments online with people on the left. Now it's really a lot of these, what I call the woke right, whose mind is made up about everything, right? We had that caller last week called in and said, anti-Semitism is justified. He said that live on the radio. I cannot believe you would put your name, go on live on the radio, public radio, publicly available radio. We're not NPR, right? But, and say something like that. There's nothing that will change these people's minds. I mean, you had Tucker Carlson over the weekend saying stuff like, I don't know anybody who's been, I don't know anybody who's lost their life to radical Islam. They're not the problem. Saying things like that. And it's like, do you understand that that's kind of, that might be an issue? Like, maybe, what was it, 4 or 5 weeks ago? A National Guard member, Sarah Beckstrom, was killed by a radical Islamist jihadi in Washington, D.C. You don't know anybody? Maybe he meant he doesn't know them personally, but to say it like that means like it's, oh, no, it's not happening. Islam's not a problem. And then I have these people saying, well, Islam is a creation of Israel. It's Israel's fault. So it's always Israel. So no matter what happens, it's Israel's fault. No matter what happens, it's the Jews. Or no matter what happens, you will find a way to cushion and reinforce your confirmation bias. That's my point. So whether it's that woman in the video or it's these closed-minded people who are online, and no matter what happens to them, any inconvenience, something's out of stock, it's the Jews. Stub your toe, it's the Jews. Step on a Lego, Jews planted the Lego. If it rains, they're controlling the weather. If it's too hot, they got the space lasers. I mean, seriously. So no matter, and it's like the same thing with it. No matter what happens, everything is Trump's fault. People like that, it's insufferable. And just listening to it. Look, I give credit to Nick Shirley. I don't know how he kept his cool, because I would have lost it on that woman. I would have screamed at her. And for the sake of his content, he didn't scream at her. But holy moly, the point of the matter here is that, ironically, that woman is probably a taxpayer in the state of Minnesota. That woman is probably a victim of that fraud, and she doesn't care. We all know somebody like that, and boy, are they the worst people ever. All right, when we come back, the FBI is looking into referring these fraudsters for denaturalization and deportation, but is it that simple? What is the process? This is very important information to know so that we have realistic expectations of where this stuff can go. We'll have that and a little bit more when we come back here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in all the way up until 10 o'clock in the morning, where we hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett, filling in for Dawn Stensland. Sean Farish filling in right here for Kayal and Company. We'll be back with more to wrap up hour one after this.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
.644 on this Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The final Monday of 2025. A victory Monday if you are a fan of the Philadelphia Eagles. Another loss Monday if you are a fan of the New York Jets, like myself and my brother in suffering, Phil Almquist. Although I guess we were I can speak for myself. I was happy that they lost yesterday for the sake of the draft, so we can ruin another quarterback coming out of college with a nice, bright future. That is until he goes to another team and lights it up, like Darnold is doing, although I don't necessarily miss him. Seeing ghosts. I'm seeing ghosts. I see ghosts every day, I think. That's how traumatizing being a Jets fan is. But happy Monday to you, 645 right now. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. For those of you who don't know, no, it's not Kayal and Company. It's Sean Farish filling in for you, until 10 o'clock this morning, where we hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett. Number to join in. Got the Somali fraud case that's gone absolutely bonkers in the state of Minnesota. Number to call, 855-839-1210. I want to hear from you. I'd love to have these conversations, whether you agree, whether you disagree. 855-839-1210. The FBI is looking into denaturalizing and deporting these Somali fraudsters who are connected to or involved with the massive fraud case, the massive fraud scandal that has exploded in the state of Minnesota. And this is the story. This is the big one. Nick Shirley, obviously, the independent journalist whose video has received over 100 million views now on the X platform, blowing the lid off of this scandal. But FBI Director Kash Patel is confirming now that the Somali fraudsters are being referred for denaturalization and deportation. Now, here's what happens, unfortunately, and this is okay, whatever. This is the internet, and this is how it works. Okay, big headline, right? Denaturalization and deportation sounds cool, right? Oh, you're going to take away their citizenship and send them out of the country, right? Great, wonderful. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. We're going to get into how that works in just a second, but 30,000 feet here, 30,000 foot view of this angle on this story. FBI Director Kash Patel dropped what's being called a major bombshell at the massive Minnesota fraud scandal yesterday. Revealed that the FBI is pushing for the denaturalization and deportation of many involved in the $250 million scheme that ripped off taxpayer dollars meant for hungry kids during COVID. Kash Patel says that it's just the tip of a very large iceberg, with investigations ramping up to expose even more corruption in federal programs. In a lengthy statement posted to X, in response to the massively viral video uncovering Somali scams by independent journalist Nick Shirley. Patel detailed the takedown of a $250 million scheme centered around the Feeding Our Future networks. This is not the same fraud that was uncovered by Nick Shirley, but this is in response to it. It's very much related to it. The organization Feeding Our Future, which was supposed to distribute federal food aid to children in need, instead became a hub for sham vendors, shell companies, and large-scale money laundering. The FBI says it is aware of recent social media reports in Minnesota. However, even before the public conversation escalated online, the FBI had surged personnel and investigative resources to Minnesota to dismantle large-scale fraud schemes. To date, the FBI dismantled a $250 million fraud scheme that stole federal food aid meant for vulnerable children during COVID. The investigation exposed sham vendors, shell companies, and large-scale money laundering tied to the Feeding Our Future network. The case led to 78 indictments and 57 convictions. Defendants included Abdi Wahab Ahmed Mohammed, Ahmed Ali, Hussein Farah, Abdullahi Nur Jizao, Asha Farhan Hassan, Ausman Kamara, and Abdi Rashid Bixi Dul. And I know I didn't get all those names right. Each charged for roles ranging from wire fraud to money laundering and conspiracy. The criminals didn't just engage in historic fraud, but tried to subvert justice as well. Abdi Majid Mohammed Noor and others were charged for attempting to bribe a juror with $120,000 in cash. I wonder where they got that money. Where'd they get that money from? Huh? $120,000 in cash. You know, they must be doing pretty well in Somalia. Those responsible pleaded guilty and were sentenced, including a 10-year prison term and nearly $48 million in restitution in related cases. The FBI believes that this is just the tip of a very large iceberg. Many are being referred to immigration officials for possible further denaturalization and deportation proceedings where eligible, which comes down to this very important, and this is going to be the informational portion of this, right? So you're going to see this. I'm going to tell you what you're going to see today because this is what happens all the time. Okay? You're going to see people screaming for denaturalization and deportation all day long and tomorrow as well. And then when it doesn't happen, they're going to be very upset that that didn't happen. I'm here to tell you, and one of my mantras that I do on my show on LFA TV, rumble.com/LFA TV, and we're on from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern. So today, tomorrow, Wednesday, 5 straight hours. It is a marathon. It goes by like this. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. But I say this all the time on my show. I am not always going to tell you what you want to hear. Okay? That is not my job. That is not my duty. That is not my responsibility. You want somebody that's going to tell you what you want to hear? There are other shows for that. That's not what's going to come from me, okay? I may say what you want to hear a lot of the time, but that is not my pledge. My pledge to the listener, to the viewer is listen to me. I'm always going to say what you want to hear. No. But I am always going to at least try to tell you what I believe to be the truth. And what I believe to be the truth in this situation is not what you want to hear. But I don't think a lot of these Somalis who are involved in this fraud will be eligible for denaturalization and deportation. What is denaturalization? It's the act of stripping citizenship from somebody who is an American citizen. It is a separate legal process, not automatic, and does not happen just because somebody is accused for a crime. The U.S. government can seek to revoke somebody's naturalized citizenship only if the citizenship itself was obtained unlawfully. Now, I know we're going to get the whatabouts, but what about this? What about this? What about they came here illegitimately? Listen. If that's true, then some of these folks may be eligible for denaturalization. However, if, and I am not saying this is the case for 100% of them. Please don't get it twisted. But if these Somalis came here, quote unquote, the right way, And we could argue about the intricacies, and we could argue about should they have come here, and we could argue about refugees and temporary protective status, which is totally different than being a citizen, by the way. But if it is found that no laws were broken by, let's say, one of the Somali fraudsters involved with the Quality, what's supposed to be Learning Center, Quality Learning Center, right, in Minnesota, if they came here and did not break any laws while coming here and cannot be proven that they broke any laws while coming here, there is a 99.9% chance that they will not be denaturalized. Because unless they obtained their citizenship illegally and it can be proven. You see, there's a difference between having a very strong opinion about something and then being able to prove that something in front of a judge, in front of a jury, in a court of law. That's how you denaturalize somebody. It's different than the revocation of temporary protected status, which we'll get to in a second. But I'm going to say a very large number of these quote-unquote fraudsters are probably not going to even be eligible for denaturalization, which means they're probably not going to be eligible for deportation. That doesn't mean that they're above the law. That doesn't mean they can't be convicted of fraud. That doesn't mean they can't be imprisoned here in the United States. But I'm telling you what you're going to see online because I've seen it. It happened. Do you remember back over the summer when the redistricting battle was happening in Texas and the Democrats fled the state and there were quote unquote arrest warrants out for the Democrats? And all that happened online was, why aren't these Democrats being arrested? Why aren't they dragging them back to Texas in handcuffs? Because how are you going to serve? And these were because they were civil arrest warrants. They were not criminal arrest warrants. They were civil arrest warrants issued by the Speaker of the House, enforceable by the Sergeant at Arms of the Texas State House. What are you going to walk into Illinois and say, on behalf, I'm Texas civil law enforcement operating in another state? No. But there was everyone. Well, if there's arrest warrants, how come the Democrats haven't been arrested? Because they weren't criminal arrest warrants. You're going to see this happening all day. I'm telling you, you're going to see it. People saying denaturalize and deport, denaturalize and deport. You can do that if it can be proven that whoever came into this country and got citizenship did so unlawfully. But if you can't prove that these people did that unlawfully, they cannot be denaturalized. They cannot be deported. Okay? Very important to remain realistic here. Again, that does not mean they're above the law. That does not mean they're above the law. That does not mean we don't press charges here and go after them under our legal system and put them in jail. All it means is this, and I'm going to say it, pipe dream. We're chewing on a bunch of red meat about denaturalizing and deporting people. It's very difficult to do. And so I just want you to keep realistic expectations. In order to revoke somebody's naturalized citizenship, it has to be proven that it was obtained unlawfully. Typical legal grounds include fraud or willful misrepresentation during the naturalization process. For example, lying about your identity, lying about your criminal history, lying about your eligibility, concealing material facts that would have made somebody ineligible for citizenship, other limited statutory grounds like membership in hostile organizations if that's undisclosed. But just committing a crime after becoming a citizen does not by itself allow denaturalization. The government must show that the crime indicates the citizenship was illegally obtained. If there's a paper trail, if there's conclusive evidence that the citizenship of some of these Somalis, if there's proof that their citizenship was illegally obtained, then they can be denaturalized. Then they can be deported. These cases are typically handled in federal civil court under 8 U.S. Code 1451. And the steps are usually you have an investigation, you have a petition file in federal court, then you've got court proceedings. The burden of proof is on the government. The government must prove its case by clear, convincing, and unequivocal evidence. And a judge is the only one who can issue an order revoking citizenship. If the court rules in favor of the government and citizenship is revoked, that person becomes a non-citizen. Again, typically reverting to whatever prior immigration status they had, whether it's a lawful permanent resident, if they had a prior immigration status. People are not deportable while still citizens. That protection only exists after denaturalization. Now, if citizenship can be revoked and is legally revoked, immigration court, DHS, can place the now non-citizen, the denaturalized citizen, into removal proceedings in immigration court, and they can be deported. I just want you to have realistic expectations about this denaturalize and deport thing, because these are big phrases. It's a lot of red meat. It's everyone getting excited. Oh, we're going to deport a bunch of Somalis. Now, if they're not citizens and they're committing crimes here in the United States, totally different story. But if some of these people have U.S. citizenship, it's going to be very hard to denaturalize and deport them if you can't prove that they obtained the citizenship illegally. So I'm not trying to be the bearer of bad news. I know I started the morning off saying we need consequences. We need action to be taken. We need something substantial to set the example of this is not okay. I'm not trying to be the bearer of bad news and say we can't do anything. I'm just saying some of the things that we think we can do, we need to learn about, because it's not as easy as waving a magic wand and saying you are no longer a citizen and you are now deported. Okay, there's a very high burden of proof that needs to be met by the government. So chew on that as we go to break, as we wrap up hour one. We're back with hour two here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll talk a little bit more about denaturalization versus revoking temporary protected status. A little bit more also about the Somali fraud case. Ilhan Omar might be implicated. So we have all that and more here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We're back with the beginning of hour two right after this.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722. Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Every man should have their health optimized. Forte Men's Health offers a unique approach, providing individualized solutions that address a wide range of critical issues. Dr. Michael Atanasio supports you with cardiovascular disease prevention, improvement in erectile dysfunction, testosterone replacement and enhancement, nutrition counseling, and weight control, all in one place. Reduce the need for multiple specialists. Visit ForteMen'sHealth.com and make an appointment today for personalized health care. ForteMen'sHealth.com. With one doctor, one location for life. Forte Men's fortemenshealth.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Hour 2 now underway, 7:06 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. John Farish here with you for the next 3 hours until 10 o'clock in the morning, where we hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett. Filling in for the the now still great Dawn Stensland, the legend Dawn Stensland. Here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Kathy Barnett filling in on the Dawn Show from 10 to noon. Here we go. We're talking about denaturalization and deportation. How can we get rid of these Somali fraudsters? Can they be denaturalized? The fact that we have to, settle on and accept and understand is that citizenship cannot be taken away as a penalty for law breaking unless it can be proven that the person who is naturalized as a citizen obtained that citizenship illegally. Essentially, it's this. Denaturalization, you have to prove, quote, you were never lawfully a citizen to begin with or lawfully eligible to become a citizen to begin with, not you behaved badly, so we're taking the citizenship back. Okay? It's different than visas, right? You know, you can revoke somebody's visa for behaving poorly in our country and committing crimes and riots and what we saw like on Columbia University, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Those people are not citizens. They're here on a visa. That's different. Once you're a citizen, you have far more protections than when you're not a citizen. There is one limited post-naturalization scenario where your conduct after being naturalized matters, but it still ties back to fraud at the time of applying for citizenship. Post-naturalization crimes can matter if the crime proves that you lied earlier. So, for example, somebody gets naturalized in 2015, and in 2024, they're convicted of a long-running fraud scheme. The evidence shows that the fraud started before they were naturalized, or the evidence shows that they lied about criminal activity, affiliations, or their identity during the naturalization process in that application. In that case, the later conviction could be used and is used as proof of earlier fraud, not as independent grounds for denaturalization. So again, the key question is, quote, was the person eligible for citizenship on the day they took the oath? If they were eligible on the day they took the oath, their citizenship stands and they cannot be denaturalized. If not, denaturalization is legally possible. So to wrap this up, what does not justify denaturalization on its own? Committing crimes after being naturalized, terrorism after naturalization, unless it proves earlier fraud, financial crimes committed wholly past citizenship, or any crime used as punishment for bad conduct. Those are handled through criminal courts, not citizenship revocation. Now, those folks who potentially came here, it cannot be proven that they came here illegally or unlawfully. They are still subject to the entire United States Criminal Code, and that may be how we have to go after these people, these Somali fraudsters that are here that are U.S. citizens, if they are U.S. citizens. If not, then none of that applies. But there are apparently, because the FBI is saying that these folks are being referred for denaturalization, so there are a handful of them who are technically U.S. citizens, but unless they obtain their citizenship unlawfully, they can't be denaturalized. Now, this is different from revoking what's known as temporary protected status. TPS is a discretionary immigration benefit. Temporary protected status is granted by the executive branch, the Department of Homeland Security. Naturalized citizenship is granted by the Constitution and federal statute. The duration of citizenship is indefinite. The duration of temporary protected status is temporary by definition. TPS can easily be revoked. Very easily. Citizenship can only be revoked in federal court. In other words, being denaturalized. The reason for revocation of temporary protected status, crime, policy changes, ineligibility, you can only revoke someone's citizenship if it was unlawfully obtained. The due process that's afforded to people who have TPS status is administrative, right? It's these agencies, these administrations can make these decisions on their own. The due process to denaturalize somebody is a full judicial process, court proceedings, etc. The burden of proof when you're revoking temporary protected status is on the immigrant. The burden of proof when you're denaturalizing somebody is on the government. After your TPS status has been revoked, you are deportable immediately. You cannot be deported if you're a U.S. citizen unless you are denaturalized, okay? TPS is not a pathway to citizenship and is not a permanent status. It is a temporary humanitarian protection granted to nationals of certain countries experiencing things like war, natural disasters, other extraordinary conditions. TPS allows temporary presence and work authorization, but it can be terminated, not renewed, or withdrawn, and it creates no vested right to remain. So if there are Somalis in Minnesota who are here on temporary protected status, that is something that the Department of Homeland Security can essentially wave their magic wand and change. And once they lose their TPS, that's it. That's it. TPS can be revoked if the person commits certain crimes, was never eligible in the first place, violates TPS conditions. It's an administrative decision, not a court case. TPS is also subject to executive discretion. A new administration can redesignate or terminate TPS. Courts may review procedure, but not grant permanence. Okay, so if there are folks in this country who are here under temporary protected status, that status can be changed, revoked, and that could be that. But if they're naturalized citizens, it becomes much more difficult to remove them from the country. Again, you have to prove that they obtained their citizenship unlawfully. Now, again, if these people can't be denaturalized, that doesn't mean that's where all the proceedings stop. They're still violating U.S. law. Fraud is still a crime. Wire fraud is still a crime. Money laundering is still a crime. You know, these fake businesses, you know, where they're licensed for 99 children, there's no children in the building, and they're taking in millions of dollars, that is still illegal. So whether or not they could be denaturalized and deported doesn't matter. They can still be prosecuted, criminally convicted, and imprisoned. It's just important to understand what the government can and cannot do when we talk about denaturalization and deportation. But again, denaturalization only applies to people who came here and illegally, and it can be proven, obtained citizenship. These refugees that are not U.S. citizens, that are here on some sort of visa, that are here, you know, with pending asylum claims, that are here temporary protected status, none of those protections apply to them. None of those protections apply to them. Now, am I going to paint with a broad brush here? Just for a second. And say maybe a few bad apples spoiled the bunch here. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Because it's not like you had a bunch of, you know, bad actors coming into the country and then they ripped the tags off of mattresses. Or you're dealing with, and I'm not saying that this is okay, but petty larceny, right? Or they're going into convenience stores and stealing packs of gum. Again, that's not okay. But I would say, you know, in the grand scheme of things, what's worse? Okay, you know, well, stealing is bad, yes, but what is worse? Stealing a pack of Trident, right? Or stealing $2 million because you're running a business that doesn't actually exist. What's worse? Okay, obviously stealing $2 million is worse than stealing a $3 pack of gum, right? Neither is okay. Neither is against the law. I get it. I'm not defending bad behavior. I'm just kind of putting it in perspective here. So these are still crimes that can be prosecuted. These are still crimes where if you are a U.S. citizen, you can be imprisoned. You may not be deported, but it's very important to understand the distinction here. It's very important to understand what we can and can't do here and have realistic expectations going forward. That's all I want to do here, is give you realistic expectations going forward. What can you expect? You're not going to hear me coming out here, beating my chest, screaming from the rooftops, rattling pots and pans, screaming for denaturalization and deportation now that I know what it means. I want accountability in whatever form it can be delivered in. If they're citizens and it can't be proven that they obtained their citizenship illegally and they can't be denaturalized and they can't be deported, that's not where it ends. Then you go after them under the U.S. Criminal Code and you prosecute them for fraud and you hold them accountable that way. Now, if they're here and they're not citizens and it's temporary protected status, or they're here on a visa, or they have an asylum claim, or whatever it might be, then you get them the hell out of our country. And to the Somalis who are here on temporary protected status and are going to be negatively impacted because of the actions of others in their community, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. We have to look out for our country first before we look out for other people. And yeah, maybe a few bad apples spoiled the bunch. In this case, it's more than a few bad apples. And in this case, in Minnesota, what you've seen, 80+% of Somali households with children are on one or more forms of welfare in Minnesota. Okay, that's a huge problem. So you're coming into the country, you're on taxpayer-funded programs. A lot of that money now we know is being stolen via fraud, and you're not contributing to the country. You're just kind of here living off of the U.S. taxpayer. None of that is okay. All of you have got to go. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, a bad apple spoiled the bunch. We're going to get into Ilhan Omar and how she's possibly implicated in all this. 855-839-1210 if you'd like to chime in on this situation. We're going to wrap up the conversation for now about the Somali fraud next segment. And then I want to talk to you about this cover-up the Democrats are engaged in. You say cover-up. Yes, a little bit of a cover-up. The 2024 autopsy report. Why are they not releasing that? Why are they not releasing that? We'll talk about that a little bit more. We'll get into Ilhan Omar next segment, wrap up this bit about the Somali fraud case, and move on with other stories involving immigration here this morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in till 10 o'clock, where the great Kathy Barnett takes over. We're back after this.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. Starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-981-4455. That's 800-981-4455. 800-981-4455.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading invites you to the Mazda More to Move sales event. Right now, get up to $2,000 customer cash on select new Mazdas or an incredible 0.9% APR for up to 72 months on a new 2025 CX-5 or CX-50. That's more value, more flexibility, and more reasons to drive a Mazda during the More to Move sales event. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading or shop their extensive inventory online at piazzamazda.com. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends Marvin E. Can's Heating and Air Conditioning and the all-in-one Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split that Marvin E. Can's installed in our lower level office. This ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, oh, what a game changer. Larry and I spend so much time in our lower level office, and this Mitsubishi Electric ductless unit is keeping us so nice and toasty in this winter weather. Visit my guys, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$7:23 here in hour 2 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in till 10 o'clock, where the great Kathy Barnett takes over, filling in for Dawn Stensland on The Dawn Show. Final Monday of 2025. Just got through a little bit of heavy, dense, not necessarily the most entertaining differentiation between denaturalization and deportation, how that can happen, versus the revocation of temporary protected status. Ilhan Omar may be implicated in some of this Somali fraud. Okay? She may be implicated. Maybe. I say maybe because I don't have the proof in front of me. I can't say beyond a reasonable doubt what happened. I could just find some of these articles that are reporting some of these evidences, some of these evidence, my gosh, some of this evidence, and form an opinion. Ilhan Omar's husband, I think this is the non-brother husband, his venture capital firm has reportedly started erasing the names of 9 officers and advisors from its website, which is kind of suspicious now that we've seen this massive fraud explode in Minnesota. Omar introduced the legislation critics say paved the way for what the feds have called the largest fraud of the pandemic. Her husband, Tim Minette, launched Rose Lake Capital in 2022, and its reported value went quickly from almost nothing to between $5 million and $25 million. Interesting. Between September and October, when federal prosecutors announced charges to 8 more individuals, including 6 of Somali descent, for their roles in the welfare scheme in Minnesota, the names and bios of Rose Lake Capital's 9 officers and advisors were removed from the website. None of them were charged in the fraud. But their names came off the website. I'm not saying these people are guilty. It's just a little strange. That's all. It's just a little weird. These names include lobbyist and former Obama ambassador to Bahrain, Adam Mireli, former senator and Obama ambassador to China, Max Baucus, DNC Finance Chair Associate Alex Hoffman, former DNC Treasurer William DeRoe, and former ex-CEO of Amalgamated Bank Keith Mestrich, who once described Amalgamated as the, quote, institutional bank of the Democrat Party. As Breitbart News reported in September, Ilhan Omar's net worth rose from $51,000 to $30 million in 1 year, but she has denied being worth that much. Look, I'm not going to sit here and shame somebody for being successful, but I find it interesting that somebody who entered office in debt, large amounts of debt, can, after being elected, just a short time after being elected, be worth tens of millions of dollars. I find it strange. And I'll say this. If you saw that happen to a conservative, okay, let's say, I don't know, for S&G's Brandon Gill of Texas, okay? I don't know what he's worth. He could be worth a lot of money. He might not be worth a lot of money. Dinesh D'Souza's son-in-law, right? Let's just say, for all intents and purposes, Brandon Gill in Texas entered office with $51,000 to his name. That's his net worth. And, 6 to 8 years after being elected, he sees a massive explosion in his net worth. You think the Democrats are going to just look the other way on that? You think they're going to be like, oh, that's totally cool, no problem? No, they're going to go after him. They're going to make an example out of him, right? And this goes for any quote unquote MAGA supporter out there. You see an explosion in your net worth like that, they're going to be very, very, very interested in what happened there. Very interested, as they should be. But you have to apply it on to both sides of the equation here. The Democrats' surge in wealth, this is Ilhan Omar's surge in wealth, is due to Manette's two businesses, which are a winery and a venture capital firm, according to the New York Post. Meanwhile, the $1 billion in welfare fraud linked to the Somali community in Minnesota has people asking what Ilhan Omar knew and when she knew it. Reports claim that Ilhan Omar has many close ties to organizations, businesses, and individuals named in the various cases that have uncovered massive fraud of Minnesota's overly generous welfare schemes, cases that total up to more than $1 billion in stolen taxpayer money. For example, Ilhan Omar has had events and parties in the Minneapolis eatery named Safari Restaurant, an establishment that has been named in some of the investigations looking into the fraud. The owners of the restaurant, Salim Saeed and Amy Bach, have already been convicted in the Feeding Our Future case that defrauded $250 million from the state in child food aid. Again, this is going beyond mere allegations here. Now, what does it mean for Ilhan Omar? What does it mean for Ilhan Omar? Does this mean she's going to be denaturalized? Does this mean she's going to be deported? I'm not going to tell you that any of that's absolutely going to happen because I don't think it is. It's also important to understand the circumstances here with regards to the whole marrying the brother thing. Look, I don't know if she lied on her immigration forms. I don't know. Okay? When she applied for U.S. citizenship, I don't know if there was fraud involved there. What I do know is the timeline of events with this whole marrying the brother thing. She was already here in the United States and was already a citizen, apparently, when all of that happened. Okay? So she can't be denaturalized over that alone. Again, it comes down to what we talked about last segment, right? Where she had to have committed fraud when obtaining the citizenship, not afterwards. Now, the brother who came here and did the whole, marrying the sister thing to come here as the spouse, whatever, he may be eligible for denaturalization and deportation. Ilhan may not be. Ilhan may not be. She very well may be. There may be evidence that we don't know about yet. Take it one step at a time. What we do know is that Ilhan Omar is connected, whether criminally or not criminally, we don't know. But she is connected in some way, shape, or form to some of the fraud and fraudsters who have already been not just accused, but convicted in Minnesota. And that is a very important distinction to make and a very important fact to consider with regards to Ilhan Omar. I want to play one more clip from Nick Shirley. This is a Minnesota resident who was doing the investigation. I believe his name is David, with Nick Shirley. Minnesota residents talking about the Somali fraud. Let's roll this clip.
Massive fraud is going on here in the state of Minnesota, especially in Minneapolis. Explain to me what's going on with the daycares.
So one of the things that I've noticed is there's an exceptional number of child care centers that are set up mostly in Minneapolis, but also in St. Paul. And I said, wow, how many kids are there in the Twin Cities? Some of them are by my office, and I would watch, and I said, well, there aren't any kids there. And I'd go to another one, there aren't any kids there, and I'd see just some Somali guys outside smoking cigarettes. So I stopped at one of them, And I said, hey, I'm just wondering, I've got a grandson who's looking for childcare, and I wonder if this might be a good facility. And they said, no, we're all full. And they had the door open, and I looked, and there were no kids. There was like a couch and a table with a couple chairs. And I said, well, are the kids out back playing, or what kind of place is this? And the guy said, you go. And he almost pushed me out the door, and then he followed me down the street to my car. And that's when I said, wait a minute, there's something going on here. And that's got to be maybe 5 years ago. This fraud is so massive. When the dust settles on this, it's going to be found to be the largest fraud in the history of the country and probably the world. It's that big. The ones that I've gotten data on, they average about $2.5 million a year, and a lot of them will say they have anywhere from 80 to 120 children. I've been to literally 40 or 50 of these childcare, and there never has been a single child at any one of them ever. Morning, afternoon, evening. Some of them say they're open till 10 o'clock at night. I go there in the morning, I go there in the afternoon, I go there at 9 o'clock at night. Nobody. There are no kids there ever.
I mean, that is not. What else? Look, unless he's making all that up. And those are some pretty intense claims to be making up out of thin air. And you saw some of the video, right? With both that gentleman and Nick Shirley, in some of these facilities. There are no children. Now, how can you be a daycare caring for children during the day if there are no children in the facility? When you walk into a place like that, you say, is this a good place to send my grandkids? Is it a good place to send my children? And they go, no, we're full. And you look around and you don't look full to me. You have to ask, what is going on there? Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that there are laws being broken definitively. You're going to need more proof than, hey, I walked in and they told me to leave. I think there's more proof than that. And that will likely be coming out and be shaking out over the course of the most likely next couple of weeks, next couple of months, possibly next couple of years. But I just want to wrap this topic up, okay, with this. And this is what we said about an hour and a half ago. Nobody is immune to this fraud. Nobody. If you're a taxpayer, a federal taxpayer, some of these funds that are being, fraudulently obtained by these Somali daycare, some of this is coming from taxpayer money. Some of it's coming from the federal Medicare program. We're going into these, the autism research and all that. It's coming from federal Medicare program, reimbursing Minnesota, matching Minnesota's Medicare funds that's going to these Somalis. You have the Feeding Our Future network where nobody was fed except the higher ups of these companies. And again, you have convictions in a lot of these cases. These aren't just allegations, they're convictions. Meaning a jury said, okay, you're guilty. Consequence time. Nobody is me. Just because you're left, just because you're blue, just because you're a latte, liberal, like that first woman in the first hour, which you don't open up, ISIS here, it's just Nick Shirley's YouTuber. You're not immune to this. These Somalis aren't choosing who to steal the money from. They just know that there's a pool of money that they can access and they're going to steal it. Some cases it's been proven. Some cases it's alleged for now. None of it is okay. I don't care what the skin color of the fraudster is. I don't care what the religion of the fraudster is. I don't care what the country of origin of the fraudster is. I don't care about what the citizenship status of the fraudster is. It is illegal. It needs to stop. I do not work hard and pay taxes for this to happen. You do not work hard to pay taxes for this to happen. This is not about painting because I know the argument's already being made. Well, you're just saying this about Somalis because you don't like Somalis and you don't like brown people. Has nothing to do with race. I work my tail off, you work your tail off. I don't want money stolen from me. I don't want money stolen from you. We are told that we pay taxes for our well-being, for roads, for bridges, for our military, for first responders, firefighters, police officers, the mail, social programs that are supposed to be giving a hand up, not a handout, to American citizens who are in need. And that money is being stolen, looted, and in many cases potentially sent to terrorists in a hostile nation overseas, people who chant death to America. I don't want that money stolen from me. I work too hard for that. I don't want that money stolen from you. You work too hard from that. Whether you're liberal, conservative, MAGA, not MAGA, Rhino, never Trump, always Trump, go Kamala, go Biden, Obama. Nobody should have their money stolen. Understand this. Understand this. No matter who's doing the stealing, no matter what they look like, no matter what religion they practice, no matter what country they come from, no matter what their citizenship status is, none of it is okay. None of it is okay. And I would like to think that even if you disagree with me on 99% of other things, we can find common ground here and say, if you're cheating the system, you need to be held accountable. Period. End of story. We're back with more on the other side. The 2024 autopsy report. Why are the Democrats hiding it? Why won't they release it? Is it really that bad? Oh, it could be that bad and then some. We'll get to that and more on the other side of this break. Sean Farish filling in on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for Kayal and Company until 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll be right back after this.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission, $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best, enjoy every festive moment. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
7:42 here as we wrap up hour number 2 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's Sean Farish, and now Brennan Farish is back.
I'm back.
She's here as we wrap up hour 2. She'll be with you until the end of the show as well, where we hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett, filling in for the great Dawn Stensland on the Dawn Show. Brennan made her debut last week.
My debut.
On Christmas Eve last week. And was very well received, as always. I have a question. Now that Brennan's here, she got here at the perfect time.
What?
People with nothing to hide, what do?
Oh, they hide stuff.
They hide stuff. That is an inside joke. That is an inside joke to anybody who who watches our show on rumble.com/LFA-TV every morning from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern time. One of those times. I mean, I generally go to Brendan and I'll ask her a pop quiz or a little bit during the show, and sometimes she's caught up in the chat, which is moving very quickly on Rumble. You have a couple thousand in the chat; it's going wild. And I asked her, the old cliche is people with nothing to hide nothing, right? That's the old cliche. And so one morning I asked her, I said, Brennan, people with nothing to hide, what do they do? And she was like, hide stuff. And I was like, no. No, it's the total opposite of that, actually.
But that does happen. People that have nothing to hide.
Right.
They're usually hiding stuff.
People with air quotes, nothing to hide, are hiding an awful lot, aren't they? Well, I think the Democrats fall into this category when it comes to their 2024 autopsy report. They call it the autopsy report. Basically, the good, bad, and the ugly. What went wrong in 2024? Why do you think they would be hiding this? Why do you think the Democrats wouldn't want to release the 2024 autopsy report? I have a theory, but let's get a 30,000-foot view, and we're going to go to a left-wing source. It's great to look at left-wing sources when they're talking about the left, because it'll show you, maybe give a little bit of details and glean a little bit of knowledge about what the left is actually suffering through right now. Democratic officials and strategists, this is on Axios, okay? I'm not telling you that I trust them. I'm telling you that this is, I will absolutely trust them when they are reporting on internal matters of the Democrat Party. Okay? I will absolutely look at what they have to say, because they are commenting on themselves at this point. Democratic officials and strategists blasted the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, last week for withholding its autopsy report of the party's loss in the 2024 presidential election, despite repeatedly pledging to release it. Oh, so you mean the Democrats and the DNC lied? Color me shocked. Color me shocked. Why it matters on Axios. Several Democrats, including many advising possible 2028 presidential candidates, said burying the report unfairly helps former VP Kamala Harris if she runs again, and shields top party consultants by hiding potentially damaging information about their efforts. Quote, Kamala Harris certainly benefits from not having an open discussion about the 2024 campaign, said Jeff Weaver, Senator Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. No. You will not release the autopsy report from 2024. We will fight the oligarchy on my $250,000 an hour private jet. That was Jeff Weaver, Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign manager, saying Kamala benefits from not having an open discussion about 2024. That was Bernie's presidential campaign manager in 2016 and 2020. Mike Casca, chief of staff to Representative and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a potential 2028 presidential contender, asked whether everyone who worked on the DNC report committed to not working on a 2028 campaign. A DNC official said withholding the report wasn't aimed at helping or hurting any candidate. DNC officials did say that they're keeping the report private to maintain the party's focus on winning back Congress in the 2026 midterms and avoid further internal conflict over its chaotic 2024 cycle. And that right there. That is the piece of this that is so important. Why are the Democrats not releasing the autopsy report? People with nothing to hide stuff. Okay? No, they've got something to hide. That's why they're hiding it. What does that report must say some really bad things. Okay? Some really bad, beyond just, oh yeah, we had a feeling that Joe Biden was cognitive. Everybody knows that everybody knew. What? Yes, everybody knows, we all know that everybody knew that Joe Biden was cognitively shot. He did an interview in 2022 on 60 Minutes, and you had Scott Pelley chomping on his glasses. Oh, how would you say your mental focus is? Oh, it's focused. And Joe Biden, oh, it's focused. I have trouble even saying in my own head the number of years. And Joe Biden, he said the following, quote, I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly. That does not mean anything. If somebody can tell me what the 855-839-1210, I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly. What does it mean? Oh, yeah, he's all there. Remember, June 26, 2024, Joe Biden's going to do great in the debate. He's been prepping. He's been to June 27th. Joe Biden is jet lag and a cold. June 28th, Joe Biden got old and got dementia real fast. Oh, what happened? He was totally good 48 hours ago, and then 48 hours later, he's shot and should resign. Everybody knows that everybody knew. Okay, that's not what the report is hiding. There may be some candid admissions that have been uncovered in this report. That is not what the report is hiding. I'll tell you what the report is hiding. The autopsy report is supposed to basically be a post-mortem autopsy, right? What was the cause of the defeat? It's going to be a multitude of factors. It's not going to be narrowed down to one thing. But I believe the reason why they're hiding the autopsy report is because the driving factor is that the policy, positions, and platform of the Democrat Party, the fact that they have flown so far to the left, is a major part of this autopsy report, I think. You say, well, why can't they just release it? Because if they release an official report from the DNC blaming the loss or putting a bunch of responsibility for the loss on radical left-wing policy positions like men and women's sports, like transgender treatment for children, like higher taxes, like socialism, like open borders, like the lack of condemnation of the Death to America crowd. Okay? If the DNC publishes a report showing that adopting policy positions like that caused a major loss, do you know what that Democrat Party base will do? Do you understand what they're going to do? They're going to go berserk. Remember the lady from the first segment or second segment of the show this morning? Shiver me timbers, right? Don't open up. It's ice. Women like that will absolutely lose their minds. If the DNC says, hey, radical left-wing Democrats, transgender for everybody, wide open borders, bring in the third world, tax the snot out of everybody to pay for health care, et cetera, health care for illegals. If the Democrat Party releases a report that zeroes in on those types and says, it's your fault, Do you understand what will happen ahead of the 2026 midterms? So now they're kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place, aren't they? They're going to hide the report to stay away or avoid from pointing the finger at the radical fringe that has hijacked and ruined the Democrat Party. But if they do that and they act like it wasn't a problem in 2024, they're going to take the same positions that they now know because of this report are unpopular. Do you understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? It's like getting in your car, okay? And you know your brake line is shot. You can't stop your car. But you drive it anyway. Saying, well, I may not be able to actually stop, but I can, I can manage the distance. I can coast to a near stop and I can still drive it safely. But you know what you're doing is very dangerous. Okay, you know the vehicle that you're driving is damaged goods. Okay? The Democrat Party knows. I think this is why they're not releasing this report. And it said it right there. Avoid further internal conflict over the chaotic 2024 cycle. The conflict was not over when Joe Biden dropped out. The conflict is not about whether or not there was a primary, and I'm sure that's part of it. The issues that they're trying to hide, the facts that they're trying to hide, the information that they're trying to suppress is that the radical left-wing policy proposals are extremely unpopular, turned off a ton of people. And if they put out a report and says, hey, 2024, we had a chance to beat Donald Trump, but it's your fault because you guys forced us too far left, the base is going to flip out. Plan B for them is sticking with those policy proposals and hoping and praying and crossing their fingers and doing a rain dance and whatever rituals these radical, crazy left-wing Democrats do, that Donald Trump's quote-unquote unpopularity is enough to win the midterms. Folks, if you're a Republican strategist listening to this right now, you know what I'm telling you is most likely the truth. I've never seen the report. I don't know what's in there. But I happen to believe that that's what they're doing. DNC Chair Ken Martin, who launched the autopsy effort earlier this year, said in a statement, quote, here is our North Star. Does this help us win? If the answer is no, it's a distraction from the core mission. If releasing the autopsy report does not help them win, it helps them lose. How does it help them lose? It exposes the fact that their policy positions of Trump derangement syndrome, everything Trump does is bad, and their left-wing, far left policy positions, radical left policy are so unpopular. But placing the blame on the far left certainly wouldn't help the Democrats have success in 2026. Does that make sense? Quote, how are Democrats going to learn from mistakes if we don't have any concept of the depth and breadth of those mistakes? Rebecca Katz, an advisor to Senator Ruben Gallego of Arizona, told Axios. Liz Smith, a longtime advisor to Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, posted on X, I suspect the reason why this isn't being released are precisely the reasons why it should be released. Weaver, an advisor to Representative Ro Khanna, a potential 2028 contender, he and the other strategists said they were speaking for themselves and not potential 2028 candidates. The hosts of the far-left Pod Save America also slammed the DNC. It's a very bad decision that reeks of the caution and complacency that brought us to this moment. Dan Pfeiffer, former senior aide to then-President Obama, wrote. Former Obama speechwriter John Favreau, unreal. The DNC's actual position is that if the public knew more about what Democrats got wrong in the last election, it would hurt the party's chances in the next election. It would, because what they got wrong was what they stood for. It was their platform. Their platform is not attractive to everyday Americans. The person that you bump into at the deli counter in the supermarket does not want their taxes to go up so we could pay for illegal aliens to live off of our system. They don't want to hear about men in the ladies' room. They don't want that to be a thing. They don't want an open border. We've got an affordability. We have enough people in here as it is. That's why they're hiding this autopsy report. They can't release it. They are held hostage at political gunpoint by the radical left fringe of their party. That report places the blame on them, and they can't do that. They can't do that. They focused too much on identity politics. That drove people away. They focused too much on LGBTQIA+. That drove people away. They focused too much on throwing the border wide open and allowing anybody to come in, including rapists and drug lords and murderers and criminals and people from insane asylums. That drove people away. They did the whole, well, if Trump says it, it's bad. That drove people away. We just last week talked about a poll. 60% of respondents, including a majority of both Republicans and independents, believe that you should not just blindly oppose Donald Trump, that you should give his policies a shot. And if they fail, they fail. And now you can prove that they were going to fail, and you can offer another plan. That report, I'm almost 100% certain, lays the blame at the feet of the radical left, and the Democrats cannot say that. They cannot release something official that blames them, because the base will revolt and they will get destroyed in 2026. So now what they have to do is try and hush, sweep this under the rug, and they're not going to abandon those far left positions. So they're being forced by radicals to adopt and stand behind policy positions that they themselves know are unpopular. Republicans should see blood in the water here, rhetorically speaking, and go on the attack. Go on the attack and hit them. Why are you hiding this? What are you afraid to share? What are you afraid of? You said you would release this, then you got the results. Go, ooh, we can't release that. We can't release that. If you got thoughts on this, chime in at 855-839-1210. Sean Farage. And now Brennan. She's here.
I am.
She'll be with you till 10 o'clock this morning. We'll be both with you till 10 o'clock this morning, where we hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett. We're back on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT right after this.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it. I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you pick for an Apple Jacks guy myself.
I knew Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading invites you to the Mazda More to Move sales event. Right now, get up to $2,000 customer cash on select new Mazdas or an incredible 0.9% APR for up to 72 months on a new 2025 CX-5 or CX-50. That's more value, more flexibility, and more reasons to drive a Mazda during the More to Move sales event. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading or shop their extensive inventory online at piazzamazda.com. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255. This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Hour 3 now underway here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish and Brennan Farish with you.
Good morning.
Up until 10 o'clock Eastern Time, where the great Kathy Barnett will be taking over. She's filling in for Dawn Stensland today.
She's great.
She is amazing.
I really like her.
Now she's been a force to be reckoned with for a long time. She's awesome. So she'll be taking over at 10 o'clock Eastern here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I want to keep going with this immigration stuff. Obviously, we beat the Somali fraud case to death. So we'll move on from the Somali fraud case. But. We have an immigration crisis. ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, is being hindered by both protesters quote unquote protesters. We used air quotes when we talk about this. Protesters and, of course, elected officials. This is an interesting story out of Charlottesville, Virginia. Charlottesville. Here we go. Charlottesville is ending license plate readers. Charlottesville is ending license plate readers in their camera program, not because of a fear of an invasion of privacy for the American citizen, but because they're afraid that this may help ICE locate more illegal aliens. Oh, man. I know there are a few people who watch and listen who lean to the left. You may not be the hard, radical, rabid, left-wing maniacs that I often talk about. Okay? Some of you may be in the YouTube chat. Some of you may be listening on your radio. Some of you may be listening on the iHeart or Odyssey app. Can you give me a call? I really would like for somebody who is on the left. Maybe you're not a hard right. Why is this acceptable? No, look, I don't like the surveillance state. I grew up in New York on Long Island. We had red light cameras. You go through a red light and they could write you a ticket because they show the footage to a cop and then they say, well, you did it in front of a cop, even though it wasn't in real time. And that we had speed cameras for a while. I don't like the surveillance state. I don't want cameras and plate readers and all this all over the place. I don't like that. But I don't like that because I feel like it's an invasion of my privacy, the privacy of the U.S. citizen. You're telling me the grounds that Charlottesville is removing this system, license plate cameras? It's not to protect the citizen, it's to protect the non-citizen? Are you kidding me? The Charlottesville Police Department is ending its use of a license plate reading camera system amid concerns that the data collected could be accessed by the federal government and used to identify illegal immigrants. These people used every tool in the book to find every grandma who walked between the velvet ropes in the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, 2021. Should the grandmas have been in the building? No. Were they technically trespassing? Yes. Have a lot of these people's lives been ruined because of a simple, in many cases, honest mistake? You see a bunch of open doors, you may just walk right through them, thinking, everything's cool. You're going to tell me that you're going to remove license plate readers not out of protection for us, the citizens, but out of protection for the illegals? Are you kidding? Are you again, just like the Somali fraud case, right? Everybody is a victim of the Somali fraud case. If you're a taxpayer, you're a victim of the Somali fraud case because federal money was stolen. Even if you had $5 stolen from you at the end of the day, right? That's your piece of the pie that was stolen. If you bought something for $5 on Amazon and never received it, would you be okay with that? You say, well, it's just $5, but you wouldn't be okay with it, is my point. You even if you're like, all right, whatever, I'm just going to cut my losses, it's $5, but you'd still admit it's a loss. Your order was not fulfilled. Why are blue jurisdictions going to the extent? Why are they taking down these systems out of protection for people who don't belong here? Period. During a city council meeting earlier this month, council members in Charlottesville voted not to move forward with a year-long pilot program for the Flock Safety License Plate Reader System, despite law enforcement officials citing its success in solving other crimes. Quote, I just think that the concerns are much bigger than us. The Charlottesville Police Chief, Michael Coaches, said, according to CBS 19 local affiliate. Most of the feedback we got was very positive from folks in the community. That being said, there were some concerns. Oh, I wonder what the concerns are. Those concerns centered on the possibility that data gathered through the system could be obtained by federal agencies and used for purposes beyond local law enforcement, including tracking individuals who are in the United States illegally. Coaches did, however, admit that the technology had proven effective during the pilot program. So you could solve bank robberies, you could solve vandalisms, you could solve rapes, you could solve murders, you could solve assaults. But because you could also reveal the locations of illegal aliens, all of you people who are victims of those violent crimes, you don't matter, because this might be used to locate and reveal the locations of people who should not be in our country to begin with. If you don't believe that illegal aliens now have more rights than you, you're not paying attention. They're not doing this because they're entrapping American citizens. They're not doing this because they believe it's an infringement on our privacy. They're doing this because they believe it's an infringement on the privacy non-citizens. What the is going on here?
Well, no one's above the law except illegal aliens.
Except illegal aliens. 100% of illegal aliens, by the way, are criminals. Sean, that's not nice. You can't lump them in. Yes, I can. You know what? Let's do this right now. Let's do this right now. Okay? I'm going to ask ChatGPT. It's AI. Yes. But let's ask it this question. Is it a crime to enter the U.S. illegally? Name the statute. I wrote statute. Dumb. Here it comes. It is a crime to enter the United States illegally. We know this. It is a crime. 8 U.S. Code, Section 1325. Improper entry by alien. This is not Mork and Mindy nanu alien. This is not E.T. phone home. We made a perfect phone call. I got along very well with E.T. Tremendous guy. No. The federal law makes it a criminal. Don Lemon, you listening, Don? Federal law, 18 U.S. Code, Section 1325, makes it a criminal offense to enter or attempt to enter the United States at any place not designated by immigration officers, to elude inspection by immigration officers, or to enter to attempt to enter by willful misrepresentation or concealment of facts. What is the penalty? Misdemeanor, up to 6 months in jail for a first offense or a fine. Subsequent offenses are up to 2 years imprisonment. Also, 8 U.S. Code Section 1326. Re-entry of removed aliens. This applies if somebody was previously deported or removed and or re-enters or attempts to re-enter the United States without authorization. That's a felony ranging from 2 to 20 years. Now, unlawful presence, meaning you came in legally, let's say on a visa, you overstayed the visa, that's a civil violation, not a crime. That's a civil violation, not a crime. Let's go one step further. Is the penalty for first offense of 18 U.S.C. Section 1325, Section 1325, deportation? Let's see what this spits out here. It's not the criminal penalty for a first offense, but you still can be removed. It's a separate civil, it's not a criminal penalty. It's a separate civil immigration consequence, not a criminal penalty. So it's not one of the criminal penalties of the statute, but you being convicted of that statute, of that violation, can be you could be placed in removal proceedings under the Immigration and Nationality Act. 8 U.S. Code Section 1227, deportable aliens, or Section 1182, inadmissible aliens. The removal is through a civil immigration process, but you can be subject to removal through that civil process as a result of violating 8 U.S. Code Section 1325. And most illegals would rather be removed and sent back to their home country than imprisoned here in the United States. Most, not all. Some of them would like to be imprisoned because you get 3 meals a day, you get a bed, you get free housing, right? I'd rather them be removed.
Yeah.
I don't want to pay for them to live here.
No.
But the fact of the matter is, under 8 U.S. Code Section 1325, it is a criminal offense to enter the country illegally. Therefore, and this is why I phrase it this way all the time, if you came into the country illegally, 100% of those who entered the United States illegally are criminals. You overstay a visa, you're not necessarily a criminal violator, right? It's a civil crime at that point, overstaying a visa. That still doesn't make it right. But 100% of those who came into the country illegally, outside of a port of entry, eluding inspection by immigration officers, willful misrepresentation or concealment of facts, 100% are criminals. And you're either going to jail, you're getting fined, or you're getting deported. And most will settle for the deportation. They don't have to go to jail. They'll just try and come in again. Now the problem is, we have a secure border. And now you're finding out that there are folks who came here illegally and they're being protected. Their privacy is being more highly regarded than our privacy. It is disgusting. What the hell is going on in Charlottesville? Despite ending the program, coaches said the department plans to explore alternative license plate reader systems that may address the concerns raised by council members and residents. One option under consideration is a similar system offered by Axon, a company that makes body cams for officers. We trust Axon. We have for many years for our body-worn camera footage. They also have a similar program, and so that will be something we would roll out and speak to council about. They are not moving forward with license plate readers, not because it may entrap and it may unlawfully impact American citizens, but because it may result in the revealing of the location of illegal aliens. They're taking into account the privacy of illegal aliens over that of American citizens. That's a problem. That's a problem. 855-839 if you want to chime in. We'll be here till 10 o'clock. Sean Farish and Brendan Farish hanging out with you till 10 o'clock where we hand it over, to the great Kathy Barnett. We'll be right back on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT right after.
Gold is now over $4,300 an ounce. Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Wednesday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel or in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The price of gold is now around $4,300 an ounce, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure, just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow, Monday through Wednesday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, or in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold on Marlton Pike, just off Kings Highway and 295. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000. From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
$8:24 as we are midway through hour 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean and Brennan are with you this morning up until 10 o'clock, where we hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett, filling in for Dawn Stensland. Number to call, 855-839-1210. What happened? Where are all these liberals I hear in the Philadelphia area with something to say about why illegal aliens should have their privacy respected more than American citizens? Yeah, I thought, I figured there'd be a couple who would be like, you're wrong. Ooh, the illegal aliens are good hombres, not bad hombres. I like that woman in the first segment, the first hour of the show.
Don't do it again. When you did that earlier, the cats were
Shiver me
flying
timbers
all over the house.
Shiver me timbers! Don't open up! Sounds like, what was the teacher's name from Jimmy Neutron? Miss Fowl? Rah! It's like when they sing, the Democrats. Oh, yeah. All right. We're talking about this issue in Charlottesville. Okay, so for those of you who didn't hear, maybe you're just waking up, you're just tuning in. In Charlottesville, they are because 100% of illegal aliens are criminals under 8 U.S. Code Section 1325, improper entry by alien. And if you've done it a second time, it's a felony. Okay, so now for those of you who say nobody's above the law, right? Nobody's above the law. If you watch us on LFA TV, the rooster usually pops up right now. Okay, because that's what the Democrats sound like when they're nobody's above the law. They start cockadoodle doing.
Cockadoodle, don't you
Cockadoodle don'ting is what they're doing, right? Cockadoodle, don't you dare. But imagine that. Imagine, and this is where we're at. You have these left-wing blue jurisdictions, local officials, county officials, state level officials that are putting the priorities and the quote unquote rights of illegal aliens above that of American citizens. If this doesn't make you sick, I don't know what will. And again, I have no look, here's the deal. I have no desire to make this about race. Okay, people are going to come in and go, oh, you don't like illegal aliens because they're brown people, or you don't like them because they have a Spanish. I don't care what accent you have. I don't care if you're an illegal alien coming in here from Norway. If you're coming in illegally, you're not supposed to be here. Get out. It's that simple. I don't care where you're from. You could be an illegal alien from Australia.
Yeah, they come from everywhere.
You say, oh, crikey, I have a wallaby. No, you don't have a wallaby. Get out of my country. You could be an illegal alien from Fiji. You could be an illegal alien from Russia, right? We don't say zdravstvuyte, we say do svidanya. Do svidanya to the illegal aliens in Russia. You could be from anywhere. I don't care. You could be an illegal alien from the UK. Matter of fact, we could do real well without UK people here, okay, in the country. Oh, God save the Queen. Yeah, no, trust me. You still worship a king and queen? I don't want you in my country. Speaking of worshiping kings and queens, if I hear about this French actress who died one more time, I'm going to lose my mind. Brigitte, whoever it was.
Bridget Bordeaux.
Bordeaux.
I think that's how you say her last
Bridget
name.
Bordeaux.
She was big back in the day.
Does Candace Owens think Bridget Bordeaux is also a male? She might.
That's a good question.
I'm just asking questions. You can't criticize me once I start asking questions, okay? Everyone's like, oh, it's so sad. Every time an actor dies, it's always this. You get like a week-long like grieving process. Enough of that, okay?
My favorite was the judge that was mourning.
Yeah, I'll tell you, this was a great story. I was in traffic court for a ticket that I was clearly set up for, which is a whole other thing. And, we won, so no issue. But court started late that day because that was when the Queen of England died. And the judge came in and said, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm just mourning our queen. Who the hell is our queen? We have a queen here in the United States of America? No.
We got some drag queens.
We got drag queens. We don't bow to a queen, okay? Every time someone in Hollywood dies, it's like there's a public procession.
It's wild.
It's insane. Like, enough. These are actors. I'm not happy that these people are dying, right? I'm not happy that Rob Reiner passed away. I'm not happy that Brigitte Bordeaux, whatever her name is, or whatever.
Bridget.
Well, it's spelled the same way as Brigitte Macron.
Right, but she's not. She doesn't. That's not what we call her.
Well, I call her Brigitte. So there it is. Okay. Val Kilmer. That was a good one. Val Kilmer. How do you not know who that is? Because I don't care about these people. I don't. I was sad about Toby Keith.
Yeah, that one was sad. But I never posted about it, though.
I was sad about Robin Williams because that was a tragedy.
Crocodile Hunter is the big one for me.
Steve Irwin.
That was sad.
But I wouldn't consider him Hollywood.
No, but he was a famous person.
But he was a famous person. Jimmy Buffett, I guess you could say I was a little... but I was like, he was... But this Bridget...
You're like those people
Whatever.
that when they're talking about like a food recipe and they're like, we're going to add a little mozzarella to the pasta. You just got to add that little flair in there.
Brigitte. I see people that like they're all just broken up over this whole thing. I was like, okay, whatever. I don't even know who that is. I was like Val Kilmer. I thought when they posted pictures
we
of
didn't
him,
know who that was.
and he was in the military uniform because he was in Top Gun, and I was like, oh wow, a veteran. And I'm like, oh, he's a fake veteran. He was an actor. Okay, got it. And it's not to say he was a bad actor or anything like that. People get on me. They're like, oh, he was a great actor. That's fine. Do you really need to publicly mourn him?
And what's so silly is everyone's like, no, you have to watch all of his movies now. And so Sean's like, no, I refuse now.
Now that you told me I have to do it, we're done. That's it. Now that you told me that I have to do it.
If you don't want Sean to do something, tell him he has to do it.
Yeah, and then I won't do it.
Yeah.
That's how that works. All right. Let us move into this year. So we talked about Charlottesville. We talked about what is happening with these license plate readers. Of course, again, the license plate readers being scrapped, okay, out of respect for the privacy of illegal aliens, not out of respect for the privacy of American citizens. You have local officials, blue city leaders, blue state leaders all across the country obstructing federal law enforcement in that way. And it's not illegal for them to do that. However, just like I cited 8 U.S. Code Section 1325, illegal entry of an alien, right? Where it's a crime to illegally enter the country, right? Come into the country outside of a port of entry, it is a crime. Period. End of story. You're also seeing obstruction of ICE happen at the hands of these quote unquote, and we use a gigantic air quotes, protesters, right?
You need those foam fingers.
I need the big foam fingers. The protesters that we're talking about are not protesters at all. Okay, there is peaceful protest, and then there is unlawful assembly and unlawful protests. Okay? So here we go again. I'm going to read you a statute. 18 U.S. Code Section 111. It is a federal crime too. Oh, by the way, this statute is called obstruction of federal officers. Okay, very easy. It is a federal crime to forcibly oppose, resist, impede, intimidate, or interfere with a federal officer performing official duties. Okay. An ICE officer, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which is a subsidiary of the Department of Homeland Security. ICE officers, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, are enforcing federal immigration law. Therefore, an ICE officer enforcing federal immigration law is a federal officer performing official duties. Got it?
Got it.
We clear?
We're clear.
Any soils out there don't understand what this means. Slow on intake liberals. A federal officer who is an agent of Immigration and Customs Enforcement. ICE. ICE, baby. Dung, 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 dung. They are performing official duties when they are enforcing immigration law. That is their job. If you forcibly oppose, resist, impede, intimidate, or interfere with an ICE officer performing his or her official duties, you are violating 18 U.S. Code Section 111. Period. You want to call me? You are liberal in our YouTube chat, listening to the radio station. You think you could prove me wrong? I'll give you 2 minutes on this line, 855-839-1210, uninterrupted. I'll put you on the clock. 2 minutes to tell me why it is not a violation of 18 U.S. Code Section 111 when you are obstructing ICE officers from doing their official duties as ICE officers. ICE agents are federal officers. The penalties: simple assault or impeding, up to a year in jail. With physical contact or intent to resist, up to 8 years in jail. With a weapon or serious bodily injury, up to 20 years in jail. Why are we not seeing any of the people who are literally standing in the way of ICE officers performing they're blocking the road? They are moving things into the path of ICE officers and vehicles. They are clearly violating 18 U.S. Code Section 111, obstruction of federal officers. They're clearly violating that. Why are we not seeing the accountability? Why? What is Pam Bondi doing? This has to be, and I know people are like, oh, But isn't it more important to go after the illegals? No, it's important to go after anybody who is violating the law, because laws only matter when they're enforced. And if you're not going to enforce the law, you are setting the precedent, you are setting the standard, you are setting the expectation that if you violate the law, nothing's going to happen to you. And so what does that do? That emboldens you to violate the law again.
And others.
It emboldens others. That's right. Who are watching this going, okay, he didn't get in trouble for impeding ICE agents. I can impede ICE agents and I won't get in trouble either.
And it goes the opposite way. If they see people getting in trouble for doing that, it'll keep other people from wanting to do it because they won't want to get in trouble.
When you make an example of lawbreakers, you make an example of these people, that is the deterrent. The consequence is the best deterrent. Period. Consequences, that's the reason why there are consequences. If it was a slap on the wrist to rob a bank, let's say you rob a bank of $100,000 and the consequence was you have to pay a $300 fine. I'm going to start robbing banks today because that's almost 100% profit. But that's not the consequence for robbing a bank. That's not the punishment for being guilty of robbing a bank, right? You're guilty of robbing a bank, you're going to be in jail for a number of years. Unless you're an illegal alien, then the law doesn't apply to you.
Because they're just looking for a better life.
They're just looking for a better life. I love that one too. Don't you understand? They're just here for a better life. What do you want them to have a better life? Not at my expense. I don't.
Not in my house.
No, I don't want illegal aliens to have a better life in my country if I have to pay for it. Is that so wrong? Wait. Is that so wrong? Does that make me a bad person? Does that make me cold? To say that I don't want illegal aliens to have a better life in my country if I have to pay for it? Because that's not my duty. That's not my responsibility. My responsibility is not to feed and house and clothe people who are not in my country legally. So, yeah, I'll answer that question straight up. Well, Sean, you're telling on yourself. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. Guess what? I don't care because it's the truth. I don't want illegal aliens to come into my country illegally and get their quote-unquote better life if I have to pay for it. Got a problem with that? Again, give me a ring, 855-839-1210. I want to hear from you, lefties, liberals. I want to hear from you. And if you believe so passionately that these illegal aliens should have the opportunity to have a better life in our country, are you going to let them stay with you? You going to let them move in with you? You going to shack up in your house? Spare bedroom? You're going to let them eat your food, drink your water, shower in your bathroom, sleep in your bed, use your resources? What you going to do that? Because you should lead by example. You should lead by example. Let them live with you.
I think the example we should follow is when they all got sent to Martha's Vineyard.
Oh, I love that.
And they sent them away. That's the example we should follow. Do
Martha's
what
Vineyard.
the Democrats do in Martha's Vineyard.
That's right. Remember when Ron DeSantis, it was 54 of them. 54. There are as many as 40 million who came into our country illegally, by the way. But Martha's Vineyard, when DeSantis Airlines flew illegal aliens, we got Martha's Vineyard, man. When they flew them to Martha's Vineyard, you had all the goat's milk latte drinking, avocado toast eating. High IQ stupid people. They went, oh, we can't have this. But they have a sign on Martha's Vineyard. We stand with immigrants and refugees and people of color and indigenous people. Everybody is welcome here, unless DeSantis Airlines mustard. Mustard Airlines flies a plane of 54 illegal aliens, lands them at Martha's Vineyard. What did they do? Do you remember what they did? They declared a humanitarian emergency, and they called in the military, and within 48 hours had every single illegal alien deported from Martha's Vineyard.
I think that's a great idea.
I endorse the Martha's Vineyard doctrine. Anybody who's here, it is a humanitarian emergency. Out. Get out. Get out. Afuera. Adios. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. That's it. That's it. Follow the Martha's Vineyard method. Follow the Martha's Vineyard method.
Yeah.
You know, when Mustard Airlines dropped the illegals on their front porch. I love that. Mustard Airlines.
Got to ask you something though, Sean. What happened to the Trump poll? What happened to the Trump poll?
We are, you know what?
Yeah.
It's under construction. It's under construction. We're going to fling them. I think it's a great idea.
The Trump poll.
You know,
that was supposed to be out last year. What happened?
The Trump poll. Look, a federal judge blocked it, Jimmy. Okay.
Okay.
A federal judge ruled it unconstitutional to catapult illegals out of our country. I disagree with the ruling. Send it to the Supreme Court. Look, I think the Trump poll would be great. Slap a parachute on all these people and fling them over the border. Phew! Pull the string, and then you will float and land in a random country. It makes it fun, actually.
It does.
It makes it fun. It's like you don't know what country you're going to land in. You're probably landing in Mexico because they probably can't fly that far. But, I mean, we could
be the Gulf of America.
We could launch them to Cuba.
This could be the next Survivor. Survivor 50, the Trump poll.
Yes.
CBS has a hit on its hand here.
We're on to something here.
Yeah, we're on to something.
We're on to something here. I think so. We need a Trump poll. We need multiple Trump polls. We can have a Trump poll that holds multiple illegals at once and then just fling them and you just see them. Yeah, oh, that's really mean, Sean. I don't really care about your feelings. I don't. Obstruction of federal officers. I find it funny that nobody's being charged under that statute. Then why do we have a statute? Why? Hey, let's play this clip. By the way, Los Angeles, chia. You know, Karen Bass. She looks like a chia pet.
Oh my gosh.
And her hair looks like a Brillo pad. A used Brillo pad. You know when you have a Brillo pad and it gets like all rusty?
Oh.
And it has that like, you know, kind of looks like the surface of Mars, right? Red. That's what she, chia, Karen Bass. She finds it, this is great. Again, this is so racist, by the way, what Karen Bass is saying here. She finds it sad that actual Latinos, okay, like Hispanic Americans are joining ICE to get rid of the illegal Latinos. She thinks that's a bad thing. She thinks it's sad that that's happening. Let's play that clip, Phil. Karen Bass.
But first, let me get your reaction to that report from David Culver we just heard. What did you think?
Well, in a way, I think it's sad. I think that those Border Patrol agents are going to have a difficult time when they're out in the field and they see what actually happens in real life, separate from their training. But I do understand that their primary incentive is financial. I think it just speaks to the financial situation that millions of Americans find themselves in. And I definitely am concerned about that report.
Oh, no. Latino Americans are signing up to work for ICE and deporting illegals for money? You mean they're not doing it for free? I think I think the reason for it is financial. Thanks, Chia. Appreciate it. Thank you. I didn't realize that's why people work. You know, people don't just work for fun. Okay, and working for free is called, what's that called? Oh, it's volunteering, but also if you're not volunteering, what's that called? Working for free? Slavery! Hands up, don't shoot. Karen Bass finds it sad that Hispanic Americans would join ICE to make sure or to enforce federal immigration law? Really? Why is that sad? This is on the Post Millennial, a little bit more insight on that. We played the video, but this article in the Post Millennial I find this to be hilarious. LA Mayor Karen Chia Bass says Hispanics join Border Patrol. Tell me, by the way, come on. You saw if you're watching on youtube.com/1210, first of all, hit the like button because Brennan's going to stab the hell out of you if you don't do that. Oh. Number two, That's the running joke. She's not actually going to do it.
No.
She will. But number two, if you're watching on YouTube, does she not look like a chia pet?
No, she does. And honestly, Bass is a good last name for her because she's got a bass mouth.
She does have a wide mouth.
Yeah,
She's kind of. Remember that fish that used to, that the toy fish?
Yeah, it was a bass.
It would flop off the. Put me in the river, put me in the water. At or like the
Don't
McDonald's.
worry, he used to sing that one
the
too.
McDonald's. Give me back the filet fish. Give me that fish. Woo! Right, like.
That's what she looks like.
She looks like a bass. She looks like a big mouth Billy Bass.
Oh.
Or Brennan also said the Joker.
The
'Cause
Joker too, a little bit.
She's got the
It
dimples
goes
that go
too
all the way up her
long.
face.
Yeah, like what does it do?
Why? So you want to know how I got these scars? Karen Bass called it sad that Hispanics are being recruited into Border Patrol and suggested that they do so primarily because they're looking for money. Yeah, that's why people work, dummy. Quote, they didn't come in the right way, so they aren't my kind. One 20-year-old Border Patrol recruit, Juan Peralta, said in the CNN report, I'm protecting my community. I'm protecting both sides of the border. That's a Hispanic Border Patrol agent. They aren't my kind. Well, I guess he's a racist too. You can't say that. Around half of those who work as Border Patrol are Hispanic, according to government data. Black Americans will often refer to these people as race traitors. Whereas if you belong to a certain race, you pledge allegiance to that race. You do not pledge allegiance to America. Wrong. Quote, I do understand that their primary incentive is financial, Chia said. I think it just speaks to the financial situation that millions of Americans find themselves in, and I am definitely concerned about that report. Why are you concerned that somebody who's here legally wants to get rid of people who are here illegally? The law exists for a reason. If you break it and you violate it, you are subject to the penalties of doing so. And it doesn't matter what race, what religion, what creed, what color, what gender you are when you join these law enforcement agencies. And yeah, you're doing it for money because that's why people work, Chia. Understand? Yeah, you're doing it for money. Well, it's like she's breaking new ground. Well, I know why they're doing it. Why, Karen? For money. Yeah.
Well, maybe if the illegals weren't taking over all the jobs, the Americans would have more money.
Well, there's that aspect of it. The incentive includes a $10,000 after completing the academy and an additional $10,000 if assigned to a remote location. I just love that Chia thinks she's breaking new ground. Like she's Sherlock. We've cracked the case. What is it, Karen? Why do you think these people are joining ICE? They're doing it for money. Oh, that's not what I expected.
And what's interesting is no one seems to be more obsessed with race than liberals.
Oh my goodness.
They
Every
always
time.
cry racism,
Every
but
time.
they're always the ones
Well, they're the
talking
ones-
about race.
They're the ones, Kathy Hochul, to the young black men in the Bronx who don't know what a computer is. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with that? That's a great one, by the way. You know, it's like when Joe Biden said something about, I don't want my kids to go to school in a racial jungle, right? They're going to put y'all back in chain. You can't say that. Well, you can if you're a Democrat, right? It's parentheses D, different, right? If you're a Democrat, you can do whatever the hell you want. It was Kathy Hochul who said that black people don't know what computers are. It is mainstream Democrats all over the place who say black people can't have ID, right? They're for some reason, if you have an elevated melanin component with regards to your skin, you are now incapable of getting identification. That is not equity. That is not racial justice. That is not social justice. That is called the soft bigotry of low expectations. Based off of what you look like, I believe you are incapable of doing X. Oh, okay. You're black. You are incapable of getting an ID. So therefore, voter ID is racist. Oh, you are Hispanic? You should not be working for Border Patrol because you're going to be going after other Hispanics. Oh, you're a young black man in the Bronx? You must not have money. Therefore, you don't know what a computer is and you don't have one. That is the most racist thought process ever. It's like back in the 1860s, 1870s, 1880s, they didn't want black people to vote. So what did they do? They made it such that if you could not read, you could not vote. Because it was widely known at the time that a lot of former slaves didn't have access to education and could not read. So they weren't making it illegal for black people to vote explicitly, saying black people can't vote. They were saying if you can't read, which upwards of 90% of black people at the time could not read, you can't vote. Therefore, they were kind of doing it by proxy. You see what I'm saying? The left is trying to say that Republicans who are asking for voter ID are doing the same thing. Well, a lot of black people don't have ID. Yeah, well, they don't have it, but they can get it. They're making it sound like they don't even have access to any sort of tool to get an ID. The soft bigotry of low expectations. You're black? Oh, you must not have money. What? You're Hispanic? Oh, yeah. You must hate Republicans because they don't like illegal immigration. And you are probably illegal too, right? What? I mean, think, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. The soft bigotry of low expectation. There is nobody who is focused on race more than the left. Brennan's 100% right. It is their entire platform. We talked about this, the 2024 autopsy report. Why don't the Democrats want to release it? Because in that report, I can guarantee you, if not a majority, then a significant portion of the blame for their 2024 election loss and their wipeout falls at the hands of radical left-wing platform positions like trans for everybody, including children, men and women's sports, wide open border, okay, mass mail-in ballots, and so on and so forth. Identity politics. I don't care what you look like.
No.
I don't care what you sound like.
Nope.
I don't care what I could not care less about those things. Martin Luther King, content of character, not color of skin. That's what I care about. And when it comes to people in the country, hey, were you not born here? No, I wasn't born. Did you come here legally? Yes, I did. Best of luck to you. Best of luck to you. But you've got Chia and you've got so many other people out there trying to make it look like, oh, well, if you're a Latino and you're joining Border Patrol, it's like race traitor. You're betraying people of your community. Are you kidding me? Look at what Juan Peralta said again. They did not come in the right way, so they aren't my kind. I am protecting my community and I'm protecting both sides of the border. There's nothing wrong, by the way, with demanding that our laws be enforced. There's nothing wrong with demanding accountability for law breaking. The only way it stops, the only way the law breaking stops, and it will never be at zero, it'll never be perfect. People are always going to break the law. Okay? But if you want less people to break the law, if you want less people to feel emboldened and feel like breaking the law won't result in consequences, then there need to be consequences applied to everyone equally. Justice should be blind. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter what you sound like. It doesn't matter where you're from. If you're following the law, you're not going to have a problem. If you're breaking the law, you are going to have a problem. Unfortunately, that only applies to one side of the aisle right now. And that's got to change, whether that's Pam Bondi, whether that's local state officials, whether that's Congress, whether that's the Senate, whatever it might be. That needs to change. This Somali fraud situation, that's got to be sorted out. People are breaking laws in Minnesota. If they're not held accountable, it's going to happen again. Consequences are the best deterrent. I don't rob banks because it's illegal. And if I'm caught robbing a bank, I'm going to jail. And that's not worth throwing my life away over. So we'll make an honest living. I pay my taxes because if I don't, bad things happen. But if there was no penalty for not paying taxes, I would not pay a cent. Not a cent. I pay my speeding tickets because if I don't, then my license can be taken away. But if paying my speeding tickets was optional, I wouldn't pay those either. And I'm just being honest. When we come back, we'll kick off the fourth and final hour. I got a little more about illegal aliens, and this one's out of the state of Wisconsin. Again, not all illegal aliens are bad people, but some of them are extremely bad people. And yes, in this case, a bad apple absolutely spoils the rest of the bunch. Sean and Brennan back with you here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for that fourth and final hour as we hand it off to Kathy Barnett, coming up right after this.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm just a kid. I'm 6. I'm 9. I'm 4.5. And I've got asthma. You know just how upset I can get when I have an asthma attack. And I know that you want to do all that you can do to help me. But you might not know about all the different stuff that can make me have an asthma attack. Or all the simple things you can do to fight my asthma. You can fight it with a bear. You can fight it with a duck. You can fight it with a wrench. Put my teddy bear in the freezer to wipe out dust mites. Dry off rubber duckies and fix leaks to get rid of mold. Cause mold can start my asthma attacks too.
Discover other simple ways to prevent an asthma attack. Visit noattacks.org. A public service message brought to you by the U.S. EPA, the Ad Council, and this station.
Thanks for doing all you can to help me out. Cause I don't want to feel like a fish with no water.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Hour 4 now officially underway. Fourth and final hour here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. John Farish and my wife, Brennan.
Howdy.
She's hanging out. She's here. She'll be with you, and we'll be with you until 10 o'clock, where we hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett, filling in for Dawn Stensland this morning. Talking about illegal aliens and how the Chia Pet mayor of Los Angeles, Brennan thinks that's funny, so I just keep saying it.
Say it.
She just thinks it's funny that her new nickname is Chia. Yeah. She thinks it's sad that Latinos are joining Border Patrol. Well, let's go into a different place. It's not California. It's Wisconsin. They're not very happy in Wisconsin these days because the Packers have been not doing too well with regards to their football season. But I guess they're happy that the Bears lost last night to San Francisco in what was a wild game. But here we go. All right. And this is why I am painting with a very broad brush in terms of illegal aliens. First of all, it's not an unreasonably broad brush. We talked about 8 U.S. Code Section 1325, which is the statute that makes it illegal to enter the United States outside of a port of entry. Okay? It's illegal. It's a crime. It's a misdemeanor for the first offense. It is a felony of a second offense, a repeated offense, reentry, felony reentry, okay? Which means 100% of illegal aliens who entered the country illegally are criminals. It doesn't matter if they committed a violent crime down the road. Their very first act when they came here, if they did so unlawfully, right there, full stop, it doesn't matter what happens next, that's a crime. 100% of illegal aliens are criminals by law if they came into the country illegally. This may be an inconvenient fact. This may be something that you don't like to hear. This is the face of somebody and the voice of somebody who doesn't care about that because it's the truth. Okay? It's the truth. And you don't have to love the truth, but you have to accept it. That's the truth. Not all immigrants are bad. Not all illegal immigrants are bad. Matter of fact, I'd be willing to say that the majority of illegal immigrants are probably not bad people. Okay? That's not to say that I want them to stay. That's not to say that I don't think they're doing a bad thing by coming into the country illegally, because it is negatively impacting legal American citizens and residents. Maybe they're not citizens. Maybe they're non-citizens, but permanent residents here in the United States. Okay? Not all immigrants are bad. But all illegal aliens who came into the country illegally are criminals, and some are extremely bad people. And it's not hard to find. Oh yeah, find me an example. There are tons of examples every single week of illegal aliens either being charged with crimes or being arrested after committing these wild crimes. Let's go over to Wisconsin, okay? Let's go to Wisconsin. 2 illegal immigrants have been charged in Wisconsin with kidnapping a 16-year-old girl. Okay? 2 illegal immigrants in Wisconsin charged with kidnapping a 16-year-old girl. The 2 men said they were paid $1,500 to pick up the teenager from her father's residence in Two Rivers and transport her to California. That sounds like trafficking to me. 2 illegal immigrants have been arrested and charged with kidnapping a 16-year-old Wisconsin girl who was found more than 1,200 miles from her home during a traffic stop in Wyoming. That is horrifying. Wyoming State Patrol troopers stopped the vehicle in Sinclair, Wyoming on November 24th and discovered the missing teenager inside the car along with 2 adult men identified as 22-year-old Alexer Solis Gomez and 33-year-old Pedro Giron Perez. The girl had been reported missing by her family the previous day after she failed to show up to work in Two Rivers, Wisconsin. We got a local news clip about this case right now. Phil, let's roll that clip about the illegals kidnapping the 16-year-old in Wisconsin.
Bail now set at $500,000 for each of the two men accused of abducting a teenage girl from Manitowoc, 22-year-old Alicer Soles Gomez and 33-year-old Pedro Hiram Perez, both appearing in Manitowoc County Court today after being extradited from Wyoming. Authorities found the 16-year-old girl with them. According to court documents, authorities tracked the girl's cell phone, and data showed her moving along Interstate 80 in Wyoming. Her family reported her missing in late November after last being seen in Two Rivers.
All right. According to a report by WISN, Solis Gomez and Hiron Perez told detectives they were paid $1,500 to pick up the teenager from her father's residence in Two Rivers and transport her to California. I wonder who paid that bill. A witness told police the teen had sent a text message stating she was on the road and that it was for the safety of her family. The same witness also told investigators that the girl's boyfriend had become involved with the cartel. And that the teen, quote, woke up to an airdropped photo with a gun pointed at the residence that she was staying at. Oh, no, that is just terrible. So this teenager gets a photograph on her phone of somebody pointing a gun at the house that she's staying at. And it's basically like, if you don't get in this car, we're going to kill your family. You know what this sounds like, actually? And I wouldn't be surprised if this was in a way connected. It sounds a lot like that 764 network, that online group that the FBI has prosecuted. You know, for all the people who say the FBI is not doing anything, they rescued a ton of children. They've prosecuted, I think, or they've at least arrested and started slapping with charges almost 300 members of that 764 network. Did the exact same type of deal. They'll send threatening messages to kids and get them to either film themselves doing things or do things that, that are just unbelievably disgusting. Self-harm, getting in cars, meeting people, sexual content, etc. During a search of the teenager's bedroom, detectives said they found a handwritten note outlining plans for how she would, quote, discreetly take from custody of her father, or be discreetly taken from custody of her father. Solis Gomez and Hiron Perez were taken into custody in Wyoming and have been charged with kidnapping and interference with parental custody. So you have the boyfriend involved with the cartel, of course, allegedly. You have this girl who feels like she has to do this out of safety for her family. She gets in a vehicle with two illegal aliens and is being transported out to California. Tell me why we want these people in our country. We don't even have to extrapolate this to the 20, 30, 40 million illegal aliens that are here. We don't. Tell me why we want those two men in our country. Go ahead. Tell me right now. Can anybody tell me why?
No, Martha's Vineyard technique.
Can anybody make the case as to why those people should stay in our country?
No.
Okay. There are people where if Donald Trump came out and said, get them out, there are people that would say they deserve to stay. There are.
Because they're just looking for a better life.
Because they're just looking for a better life. They're just looking for a better life. I'm sorry, but you don't get to have your better life at the expense of 16-year-olds. You don't get to have your better life at the expense of American taxpayers. And these are not, look, it's like, you're using this to demonize all illegal aliens. Nope. I already told you what I used, not to demonize, but to point at the illegality of all illegal aliens. I used nothing other than the law. 8 U.S. Code Section 1325. Improper entry by alien. Makes it a crime to come into the country illegally. That's all I'm using. Now, am I citing examples of illegal aliens doing terrible things? Absolutely. Because we were told by the left over the 2021 to 2025 years that they were just coming in here for a better life. They're not criminals. They're not criminals. They're not hurting people. No. Laken Riley, who's that? Travis Wolf, that doesn't matter either. Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungaray, and so on and so forth. No, they're not. To say that they're criminals is just terrible. There's so many good people, So what if you get a few bad ones? What do you mean, so what? What do you mean, so what, if you get a few bad ones? Because this type of stuff happens with the bad ones. And we can't have that. We can't have that. How about another one? And this is more of the pro-crime aspect of how the Democrats operate. How about a man in North Carolina with 9 prior arrests, of course, released on bond? How about that? Wait to hear what this guy did. North Carolina man with 9 prior arrests released on bond after allegedly attacking a woman with a baseball bat at gunpoint. 9 prior arrests. We're told, if you hold on to these guys, if you keep them in custody, that's racist. It's not racist. It's personal safety. It is your duty to hold these people in custody to make sure they don't do crap like this. What on earth is going on in North Carolina? Yes, North Carolina, where Irina Zarutska was killed on a train by somebody who should not have been out on the streets. A North Carolina man has been arrested 9 times, was released back onto the streets after allegedly attacking a woman at gunpoint. According to the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, 23-year-old Trevius Crouch was already in custody when his bond was doubled due to charges of assault with a deadly weapon, assault on a female, assault by pointing a gun, and injury to personal property on October 30th. In July, Crouch approached the family of a woman he shares a child with while she was inside a vehicle in Charlotte. The woman's mother reportedly intervened to protect her daughter, prompting Crouch to allegedly attack the victim. Police said that during the struggle, Crouch's gun fell from his waistband. He allegedly picked it up and fired 2 shots into the air and 1 into the ground near the victim. Crouch then returned to his vehicle to retrieve a baseball bat, which he allegedly used to break into the family's Mercedes SUV before striking the victim in the head, arm, and legs. The victim advised that she just kept moving around, but before anything else happened, Crouch took off running behind the house. According to Fox News, court records indicate this was Crouch's ninth arrest in Mecklenburg County. The day before his bond was increased over the assault charges, he was arrested on alleged felony possession of marijuana with the intent to sell, possession of marijuana paraphernalia, and possession of a concealed weapon. Crouch was released on the higher $20,000 bond despite the pending assault charges. He had previously been arrested for the same July incident and released on a $10,000 bond. His prior arrests include trafficking opium or heroin and possession with intent to sell or distribute marijuana, among other alleged offenses, according to police. Opium and heroin, that's nice. According to the left, they want these people in their community. So we can't put them in jail. There's not enough room for them. The suspect's acts of violence come as North Carolina recently passed Irina's Law, which went into effect on December 1st. The law is named after Irina Zarutska, who was stabbed to death by a serial criminal on a Charlotte light rail. Eliminates cashless bail for certain offenses and makes a new category of violent offenses in which a judge must impose specific conditions for the arrestee to be released before trial. When these guys keep getting arrested and then they keep getting released. We were saying this last night watching the hockey game. NHL players spend more time in the freaking penalty box for being a little too rough in a hockey game than criminals spend in prison after attacking people. The 2 minutes that Bo Horvat of the New York Islanders would spend in the sin bin is a longer sentence in any form of detention or detainment than any of these criminals who are hurting people on the streets of U.S. cities. You don't see anything wrong with that picture? Because I do. 9 prior arrests. This is not soft on crime. This is not easy. This is not lenience. This is not, oh, let's be nice. This is pro-crime. This is not soft on crime. This is not, oh, we're gonna take a nice approach. Maybe not being so harsh is better for these people in terms of, this is encouraging crime. And yeah, I know the officials are not out there be like, yeah, beat that woman up with the baseball. But they might as well be. Because if you're not going to hold these people accountable, if there are not going to be real, meaningful consequences, then you are essentially telling these people, it's okay. Life is a Disney movie. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. You'll be back on the street soon. Even if you break the law, you are encouraging it to happen again. Part of this don't people get? Well, part of this don't people understand? That could be your mom, your dad, your sister, your aunt, your uncle, your cousin, your coworker, your girlfriend, your wife. It could be anybody. When will enough be enough? I don't have the answer to that question. But it doesn't look like enough is enough. It doesn't look like that's coming anytime soon. All right, when we come back, we are going to revisit the Somali fraud because it's in more than just Minnesota. Now, again, these are allegations, and this is somebody, I don't know who this is, but this is somebody who believes they've uncovered some Somali fraud relating to EBT scams in Columbus, Ohio. We'll have that, a little bit of a change to the H-1B visa program, which, you know what, I don't think this is a bad thing. And again, I know it's inconveniencing people in other countries, but that doesn't matter to me. We'll have that and more when we come back after this. Sean and Brennan here until 10 o'clock, where the great Kathy Barnett takes over on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We're back after this.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And I mean, what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hi, everyone. It's Tom Giordano. Recently, I had the chance to chat with Christine Ambidi, the executive director for Navy League Philly, to learn about just how much Navy League does to support our sea service members.
We help support all of our local sea services, our youth services, our youth groups, our sea cadets, our ROTCs, junior ROTCs, our Coast Guard, our ships commissionings. We help support all of that. We're really there to support what they need, what their groups need, what the students need. So we do a lot of, for Coast Guard, we do the enlisted person of the quarter, we do enlisted person of the year, we award them, which is really nice for the Coast Guard side. And then for the youth groups, we help support them. So if they're going on a trip, so we've sent kids to different events that they're doing, we support their banquets, and we support and we give them awards for the great accomplishments.
You can do your part to support our sea service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$9:22 in the morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Sean Farish and Brennan Farish is here.
Hello.
We are rocking and rolling until 10 o'clock this morning, where the great Kathy Barnett will take over. She's filling in for Dawn Stensland on the Dawn Show. You know, Dawn is, whenever I come on here, she's like unexpectedly goofy sometimes. It's a lot of fun. She's a lot of fun. I want to swing over to Ohio. An independent journalist in Ohio released a video investigation alleging extensive fraud schemes involving the misuse of EBT benefits within parts of the states. Oh, which community? What is it? Somalia. You know, who said this the other day? Oh, it was when I was on with Justin Barkley. He was filling in for Glenn Beck, and I jumped on with him on Wednesday. And he was like, you know, Donald Trump he always has the funny ways to say different countries, you know, Russia, China, Japan, right? Mexico. We love Mexico. It's a great place. India. But he has a new one. It's Somalia. Mm-hmm. And the way he says it, he always says it, Somalia. It's so great. The way he says it, it's phenomenal.
That's funny.
Somalia. So, like, you know, he has China. Everyone knows China. Mm-hmm. We look at China. I get along well with China. You know, the Chinese people are beautiful people. And I get along well with President Xi of China. He looks like Winnie the Pooh. I said to him, please say hi to Christopher Robin. But his new one is Somalia. We love Somalia. I wonder, Nigeria. Got to be careful with that one. You understand, right? Somalia. All right. We've had our fun. The investigation shared widely on social media, posted on X by the account Wall Street Apes, centers on neighborhoods in Columbus, Ohio, which is like one of the biggest Somali hotbeds in the country, apparently. In the video, the journalist documents what he describes as a pattern in which Somali-owned restaurants are closely connected to grocery stores, allowing welfare benefits intended for household food purchases to be redirected into commercial operations. The journalist is shown touring multiple areas of Columbus while explaining how the alleged scheme operates. Quote, every single Somali restaurant has a grocery store right next door or within eyeshot of the restaurant, he said in the video. They can just order everything they need to their grocery store that's right next to or attached to the restaurant that they also own and never have to fill a single cart. According to the journalist, these grocery stores are able to process EBT transactions for bulk food purchases, which are then used to supply the adjacent restaurants. So you have these restaurants using taxpayer money to supply The grocery stores often report significant annual losses, which can be used as tax write-offs, while the restaurants operate largely in cash. Okay, so we've reached, are you bleeping kidding me situation, and another one of these situations again. Now this is an Ohio resident. This is not the same as the journalist we were talking about, but it's talking about essentially the exact same type of scheme. Let's roll this clip, Phil, from this resident in Ohio explaining this EBT scam and this EBT fraud. Roll it.
Come see Columbus, Ohio, fraud investigators. If you go to the government-assisted housing areas, you will find that most of the housing is Somalians. I would say about 80% of the government-assisted housing in Columbus is occupied by Somalians. And the parking lot is occupied with a whole bunch of brand new cars. And the women walking around have designer purses with EBT cards, and they have Apple iPhones stuck up in their hijabs. Yeah. And then go to the businesses that are owned by the men. Because see, what happens is when you have a restaurant or when you have a little corner store and you have a couple of wives and you only have to claim one, then that means the other wives get EBT cards, and you can use those EBT cards to buy food for your store or your restaurant. Yeah. Or what you can do is you can get a home health aid company. And then you only hire Somalians to work the home health aid. And what you do is you just make sure their paperwork looks right. It don't have to be right, but you just make sure it looks right. And then you send them off for those home health aid jobs. Y'all don't want to talk about fraud.
I like her.
I like her too.
I love how she was walking me through. She was going, yeah. And then what you do, so essentially what it sounds like is you have, so the male journalist who was talking about Columbus, Ohio, made a mention that you have a restaurant and a corner store essentially owned by the same person. The corner store accepts EBT, and people go, the restaurant owner who is receiving EBT is buying food for the restaurant from a corner store using EBT to supply the restaurant. So basically the restaurant's being supplied for free. And then operating largely in cash. What a racket. What an absolute racket. And then this woman is claiming, because of cultural multiple wives. In the new investigation, journalists credited Dion, who's that woman right there, Nakia Dion, for first highlighting the issue. Nakia was absolutely right, he said. He expanded on her claims by visiting several locations, including the Walmart on Georgesville Road, where he observed Somali women working low-wage jobs while still qualifying for public assistance. The allegations in Columbus come amid broader concerns about welfare fraud involving Ohio's Somali community, which is the second largest in the country. Ohio attorney Mahek Cook has separately raised alarms about Medicaid fraud in the state, alleging that millions of taxpayer dollars have been stolen through schemes involving fake medical conditions and coerced healthcare providers. Cook told Fox News that the Medicaid fraud in Ohio dates back more than a decade and is more extensive than similar cases in Minnesota. She described Minnesota's scandals as just the tip of the spear. The journalist behind the Ohio video has not publicly confirmed his identity, but described himself as an independent investigator. He indicated that his work is ongoing and that additional reporting is planned. Quote, I'm changing tactics, going back up on Monday, and I have a couple of ideas to see if I can sniff a few more. So you have these Somali refugees, residents, whatever you want to call them, in Columbus, Ohio, milking the EBT program. And again, this is the problem I have with this. First of all, I'm a small government guy. I have a very strong libertarian streak, traditional libertarian, not this neo-anarchy garbage libertarian that's out there now. I want a small government. I want a government so small I barely know it exists. Okay? But here's my issue. Okay, we have these social programs. I don't love them, but we have them. And our tax dollars fund these social programs. I don't love them, but we have them, and we have to pay our taxes, okay? These social programs are there to give people a hand up, not a hand out. If you find yourself down on your luck, having a tough run, having tough times, struggling to make ends meet, you're working hard, you just don't have enough money, you need a little bit of help to get your feet underneath you, to get yourself in a better spot so that you can better your life going forward, so that you can find your footing, right? And get off of government assistance and put your life back together and get your house in order. That's what those programs are there for. That's what those programs are there for. These programs do not exist for the purpose of funding the lifestyles of refugees from any country. I don't care where you're from. You could be from Russia, you could be from Ukraine, you could be from India, you could be from Somalia, you could be from China, you could be from, I don't care where you're from. Our welfare programs are not designed to support the livelihoods and the lives of refugees. That's not why they exist. They exist to give people a hand up, not a hand out. EBT, SNAP, Medicaid, all of these programs that are funded by taxpayer dollars do not exist and were not designed, to support that many people. It was supposed to be temporary. It was not supposed to be like a drug where you start once and you never get off of it. But then, if more people used it properly, there wouldn't be as big of a need. It wouldn't be as bloated. There wouldn't be, you wouldn't need to divert so many resources to it. We all understand what's going on here. There are a lot of people on the take. But I truly do have sympathy for those who are in a bad way right now. I do, especially this time of year. But it doesn't matter really what time of year it is. I feel bad for folks who are down on their luck. Maybe they lost their job. Maybe they lost their job because they were too expensive and an illegal took their position. Maybe it wasn't an illegal. Maybe it was AI. Maybe they made a couple of mistakes. Okay, and they got themselves into some trouble. Or their work ethic wasn't where it should be and they were relieved of their duties from their employer because they weren't doing a sufficient enough job. Those people, look, nobody's perfect. Everybody's made mistakes before. And, downstream of your mistakes, there are consequences and you have to navigate those, okay? But for the folks who are, whether it's self-inflicted, whether it's circumstances out of your control, maybe you had a medical issue, maybe something happened in the family, maybe whatever it might have been, okay, and you now need a little bit of help. You have my sympathy. And if you have to get a little bit of assistance from the government to get by, to survive, to keep that roof over your head, but you're doing your damnedest, you're doing everything in your power to get your feet back under you, to find your footing, to get your life back together, I support you 100%. That's what these programs are there for. And it's nice that they're there, right? Because you never know. You might be that person one day and you'll be happy that they're there. As long as you're not sitting there going, well, this is my life for the rest of my life. I'm just going to live off of the government. No, that's not what the programs are there for. That's not what the programs are there for. They're there to offer a hand up, not handouts. And unfortunately, and it's not just immigrants that are doing this. There are plenty of American citizens who are doing this too, where you see them with the brand new iPhone, but they got SNAP cards, right? And EBT cards. How are you affording a $2,000 phone, but you're on government assistance? Something's not right there. Something's not adding up there. And it could just be that maybe they really do need government assistance. And for over the course of the last 10 months, they saved, $200 a month and then bought their iPhone and there's all the whatever. And their priorities are in the wrong spot, but it's still a problem. I hear a lot of stories about people who can't afford their, food, but they're smoking every day. And cigarettes are not cheap. They're drinking every day. Alcohol is not cheap. Our social programs and welfare programs were not designed and do not exist to just let people live on the government's dollar, because that's our dollar. Again, back to the beginning of the show today. Every single American taxpayer is a victim of this rampant fraud. Every single one. You do not escape being stolen from and looted from simply because you're a Democrat or because you have sympathy for Somali refugees or because you voted for Ilhan Omar or because you think Rashida Tlaib is an incredible person or because you think we want health care for all people. Our system is broken. Just because you love Bernie Sanders does not mean that they're not stealing from you. They are stealing from you. They are stealing from you. I have seen people get more upset that they didn't get their $1.25 bag of chips from a vending machine than they are over this, right? Think about that. You put $1.25 in a vending machine and those chips don't come out. You're beating the crap out of the machine. It stole my money. It's $1.25. Not saying what happened is right. But you're kicking the machine, you're punching the machine, you're shaking the machine. You want your chips. You paid it. You want it. Why don't you feel that way about what the hell is going on with these welfare programs? Why don't you feel that way about what is going on in Minnesota with these daycare centers? Can't even spell the word learning right. It says Leering Center. Why don't you feel that way about what was just explained going on in Ohio? Why don't you feel that way about illegal aliens getting taxpayer-funded healthcare? I guarantee you what you are out right now is more than $1.25 and a bag of chips in a vending machine that you shook until you got your chips. Why don't you feel this way? Is it because of Trump? Is it because of people like me who are putting you on the spot, making you look like idiots? Showing your hypocrisy? Oh, you're not helping them now. I better be. You know what? I won't shame you. I won't even talk about the fact that you're behaving like a moron if you just sit back and realize you're a victim too. I'm not the only victim. Conservatives aren't the only victims in all these fraud cases. Any U.S. taxpayer and every U.S. taxpayer is a victim of this fraud. Period. And whether you're out hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars, or tens of dollars, or 10 cents, you're still a victim. And you have every right, as a victim, to be outraged over what you're dealing with. Outraged. None of it is okay. Except you've got the left making excuses as to why it should continue. Or, oh, it's not that bad. Oh, so because it's not that bad, we should just ignore it? Well, you're only concerned about it because it's people of color. No, I'm concerned about it because you're stealing from me. That's why I'm concerned about it. I'm concerned about it because you have theft taking place. And the folks who are supposed to hold the thieves accountable are like, well, it's okay. No, it's not. No, it's not. Until there is real accountability, until there are meaningful consequences levied upon those who are engaged in this criminal activity, as we've said all morning long, it is not going to stop. The only way to force that to happen the consequences, the accountability, is for us, the people, to be involved in the process. IRNA's law does not get passed in North Carolina without public outrage and local activists like Matt Van Swol. We do not see Republican representation on Long Island and New York had it not been for the work that we were doing when I lived there. You don't, excuse me, you don't see a border put up near perfect numbers if we, the people, didn't decide in 2024 that we wanted to elect a president who was going to shut that border down and start stemming the tide of the invasion that we found ourselves mired in. When we participate, when we're involved, when we're engaged, we win every time. When we check out, when we think one presidential election solves our problems, when we think we don't have to worry about it because Trump's in office and he's got it under control, that's when we lose. We're 3 days away from 2026. It's almost an election year again. Are you ready? I hope you are, because it's going to be a wild ride. We come back and we will wrap up hour 4, hand it off to Kathy Barnett at 10. We have Phil with This Day in Music History. Phil Almquist, my brother in suffering, a long-suffering Jets fan, with This Day in Music History at around 9:50. You're listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish and Brendan Farish hanging with you till 10 o'clock this morning. Don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. Starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Wrapping up hour 4 here. It is 9:46. 9:46 on the East Coast. On Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Sean Farish and Brendan Farish taking you all the way up till 10, where the great Kathy Barnett will be taking over. There will be an effort to expel Representative Ilhan Omar. Some people did something. That's what it was about September 11th. Some people did something that day. I can't stand her. Yeah, I can't stand her. She wears a diaper on her head. She'd be the first one in diapers at a daycare center for Somali.
Depends.
Depends, yeah, depends. So there will be an effort to expel Representative Ilhan Omar. Representative Randy Fine of Florida is planning a resolution to expel her. I don't think it's going to go anywhere, of course. Republicans would rather expel George Santos, which, by the way, he committed fraud too. Okay? And was convicted of it. But you're going to see, look, Republicans, here's the thing. If Republicans want to expel Ilhan Omar, they can. They have the majority. You'll find a bunch of them that won't do it.
Right.
You'll find a bunch of them that won't do it. Why? Some people did. All you got to do, what I would do if I was a Republican, is expel her and then be like, all right, well, Ilhan, some people did something. Bye. Bye.
Go home to your brother.
Go home to your brother or husband or both.
Whatever.
I want to play this clip from Ilhan Omar. I've only been sending it to Phil for the last week. It's a clip of Ilhan Omar saying that she wants to racially profile white people in the United States. Let's roll this. It's with her Mehdi Hassan.
But you say there's no debate about whether Trump's a racist, and a lot of people would agree with you on that. And in fact, there's been an explosion in the number of anti-Muslim, far-right, white nationalist groups in the US over the past couple of years. Your own state of Minnesota experienced a record number of anti-Muslim incidents in 2016. You yourself, I believe, just a few weeks after your election victory, I think you had a cab driver call you filthy and ISIS and threaten to remove your hijab. How much do you hold Trump and the rise of Trump responsible for this explosion of US Islamophobia?
Oh, I would actually come very short of holding them exclusively responsible for the rise. I think when you demonize and dehumanize, it is easy for people to commit acts of violence against those individuals because they no longer see them as a person, as someone who has feelings, who's worthy of respect. And I think that is where we are moving away from the idea that we are supposed to be a welcoming nation.
A lot of conservatives in particular would say that the rise in Islamophobia is a result not of hate, but of fear, a legitimate fear, they say, of quote-unquote jihadist terrorism, whether it's Fort Hood or San Bernardino or the recent truck attack in New York. What do you say to them?
I would say our country should be more fearful of white men across our country, because they are actually causing most of the deaths within this country. And so if fear was the driving force of policies to keep America safe, Americans safe inside of this country, we should be profiling, monitoring, and creating policies to fight the radicalization of white men.
Okay. We should be profiling, monitoring, and surveilling white people. Because, the whole Islam thing, it's not an issue, right? You know who else said that recently? Tucker Carlson. He said, I don't know anybody who's been killed by radical Islam in the last 24 years. Now, maybe he means he doesn't personally know them. But I mean, did a National Guard soldier not die a month ago in D.C. at the hands of a radical jihadist?
Yeah, what a slap in the face. Gosh. How horrible.
Okay, you may not know them personally, Tucker, but my goodness, could we maybe come up with you're smart enough to not be that insensitive. All right. Ilhan Omar. If anybody else said anything like that about profiling another group, they would be canceled immediately. But she was applauded for that. And I deserve to be applauded for finally using this clip that I've been sending to Phil Almquist for the whole week.
Yeah,
Speaking
absolutely.
Of Phil Almquist, there he is. Speaking of Phil Almquist, it is time for this day in music history. What's up, Phil?
What's going on?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, December 29th, we celebrate the birthday of Dexter Holland from The Offspring, who's 60. Heavenly birthday shout out to Rick Danko from the band and Cozy Powell. Album include Ark of the Diver by Steve Winwood in 80. Also in 2001, Aretha Franklin sued Star Magazine for alleging she had an alcohol problem. In 73, Jim Croce would top the singles chart with Time in a Bottle. In 67, Dave Mason quit Traffic. And in 82, Vinnie Vincent made his live debut with Kiss. But lastly, on this day in 2017, Wixen Music Publishing sued Spotify for roughly $1.6 billion, accusing them of playing thousands of songs without proper licensing or compensation. Call me shocked, not. Today's music history is sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Volkswagen deal days are going on now at Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Leghorn. Sign, then drive away. And a new Tiguan, Tahoe, Altas, or Altas Cross Sport with available zero-down leases. Visit PiazzaVW.com for details or to browse their extensive inventory. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Thank you, Phil. Dexter Holland turning 60, huh?
I know you like The Offspring, so I had to mention that today.
I'm a big fan of The Offspring.
You are.
Unfortunately, the way they've gone politically is disappointing. But 60, I feel old. I grew up on The Offspring. I was like 5 years old listening to Smash.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And I told somebody I was listening to the song Genocide, and they freaked out. I didn't know what the word meant. I was like, I'm listening to Genocide. They thought it's a terrible thing. We were at a horse race, actually. My mom told me that story. I was like, it's pretty bad, Ma. Why'd you let that happen? She's like, I don't know.
That's pretty funny, Sean. It's pretty funny.
But I cannot believe he's 60.
Yep.
Goodness gracious.
Yep.
Well, I guess you got to keep them separated. I guess that was their theme during COVID, right? During social distancing. So there it is.
All right. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Sean.
Good stuff, Phil. Good stuff. Thank you very much. Kathy Barnett waiting in the wings, getting ready to take over here on 1210 WPHT. I can't believe that I'm gonna be caught up all day on the fact that Dexter Holland is 60 years old, the lead singer of The Offspring. I won't be able to get over that. I won't be able to.
I think it'll be okay.
No, I don't know.
You're gonna be okay.
I'm getting old.
It's a good day. No,
if Dexter Holland is 60, I'm going to be 35 next year. Next year is in a couple of days. I'm essentially, that's it.
Here we are. He's having a midlife crisis on
camera. Midlife crisis, right on the radio. Right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I cannot believe we've gone through 4 hours. Do we have the great Kathy Barnett ready to rock and roll? Is she there? If she's there, she can whisper something and through the microphone. Let me know that she's there.
What's up, my friend? How are you?
I'm well. How are you, Kathy Barnett? Are you ready to go for the Dawn Show?
Oh my goodness! I'm tag teaming you because yes, everything you talked about, I was on the sideline saying yes, amen. I mean, we should all be terrified as a country right now on what we just watched unfold a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I'm with you. In Minnesota and everything that's going on in the country, I don't understand why more people aren't upset. You know what I mean? You don't have to do vile and rash things, but
We're
all
exhausted.
victims.
I think people are exhausted.
You know what? I think you're right about that.
I mean, because I mean, it's like trying to keep up with what's happening all around us. It's like trying to drink water from a fire hydrant. It's difficult to and not only are we exhausted, but we're exasperated. We're discouraged because we look to the Republican Party and all we hear about are, well, we're going to get on top of that right now.
Yep. Yeah, well, this is my problem, right? I mean, we had the House Oversight Committee yesterday talking about, this is unacceptable and we're going to get to the bottom. And it's like, well, we've heard this a million times. We're going to get theater this week. It's, New Year's week, so there's not a lot of people paying attention to begin with. Now, obviously, enough are with Nick Shirley's video going out over 100 million views right now in Minnesota. But how much performance, how much theatrics, how much of this, the histrionics of, the finger wagging and Pam Bondi's tough. We will not tolerate, but all they do is tolerate this. Right. And so why is this going to be any different? And unfortunately, I'm with you. I'm a little discouraged. And I don't have faith that those in charge are going to actually do anything about it.
Yeah. I mean, and hope deferred brings despair. And I think a lot of people feel a sense of despair. We know what we worked so hard for to get Trump elected 3 times. And now he's in office.
Right.
This is his last time in office. We don't know what's going to happen in November of next year and 2028. But right now, we control the House, the Senate, the White House, and very little of the things that you and I and others like us have been talking about has been meaningfully addressed.
That's right. That's right. And there's a lot of obstacles in the way, and a lot of them are unfortunately on our side. Well, Kathy, I hope you have a great show. Filling in for Dawn. It's always great handing it off to you, knowing that the ship is in good hands. So thank you, Kathy, and you have a great day.
Thank you, my friend.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was